Hi everyone, how are you all doing? The timer's already good to go. We should be good to go. Slowly but surely, I am doing and trying to see if we can. Just as I say, trying to get the things working. Hi, Koopa. Copy Koopa. I believe welcome in. Welcome in as well, Sanapa. Unfortunate. Hold on. Okay, I have been tinkering around with the chat thingamajiggy. I tell you not. I kid you not. It was working, and then I pressed the start button. And now it's angry. I don't know. And hi, Taydori. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in as well. I've been modifying it a little bit, doing a few things here and there. Sorry, my name hurts your brain. It's not your fault. It's my brain not deciding it wants to do things. No worries at all. And my brain will eventually cooperate. But in the meantime, we attempt things. And I refreshed it. Did it work? No. I don't know. It was working, and then it decided, that thing I was doing, not anymore. Okay, how odd. I will keep tinkering around with it. I have one more attempt, or one more idea. Aside from that, though, I hope you've all been well. Technical difficulties aside, I hope you've been nice and dandy. Let's see here. If I attempt to do that guy there, and I click on save there, possibly, maybe, perhaps. Let's see if it at all fixed its mind. Oh, you know what? I realized the issue. Okay, hold on. I got it. I figured it out. If I just go ahead and we were to do something about here, I delete that guy. I deleted a different thing. Add that. Then if we do a bit of adding this guy here, add you in there. Yep, and then we were to do, let's see, paste that in there.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed
1920, Hi, Cats on keyboard. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Let's see, 1920 x 1080, and then if we do that, and then if we do that, and I were to press a button here, now it works. See? Slowly, I will understand the technology. For the meantime, things we'll just have to roll. With that said, I'll get the hydration, and hi, I hope everyone's having a great day, and if you're not, please reconsider. Welcome in, and thank you for the redeem, and I hope you all are having a great day, and if you aren't, there's still time, hopefully, unless time zones play a part. In that case, you might only have maybe an hour until the day's over, but that's an hour is still a lot of time. I've realized this past week is that you can get a lot done in an hour if you use your time wisely. The issue is using the time wisely. Let me get water here. Water should be all good to go. Thank you for that redeem. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over, and I'm hopeful that we won't have too many errors on the message side of things, but we'll see as things go on, and I can fit so much procrastination in an hour. You know what? Fair enough. The thing is, I realized if I want to be productive, I should have, and I'm thinking about getting like a tiny timer to hold. Now, I initially thought, wouldn't it be great if I had a tiny timer to hold in my pocket? That's called a phone. But an actual timer, a physical timer, not just a timer app. I've seen some before for productivity, but I've noticed when I can see the time physically changing in front of me, not on the phone, but on something else. Like if I'm on the computer and I have a mini timer going on and I can see the timer ticking down, it helps me stay on task a lot more. And I think that's why the draw togethers, or whenever we do the time challenges, I tend to do things a lot more efficiently. Just something I noticed, and something I'm thinking about getting. Just a little timer I can maybe attach to my jackets or my shirts or things of that nature. And you need a big dinging bell, a real one, a gong. Oh no, it's not a bell, but can you imagine a gong? How fun that could be. Let me go ahead, and if I click on you here, we go to the planning screen here. Yep, it should be good to go. If I click on the classical transition, let's see here. Here we are for the plans. And just out of curiosity, oh, the thing broke there too. Okay. Let me just, I'm just gonna grab you. Yep, and then we're gonna rename you. I got that. This is fine. This is okay. Rename you. How do we rename? Rename you to you. Do that there. And then if I just were to copy this into this, and hi, Mr. Martin. Welcome to technical difficulties. welcome in. And now, if I just slide you up to there, you should be good to go. I believe you should now be visible. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I just might have to drag this thing across the screen for the rest of the time, but we'll work it out. With that said and done, today should be fun. The hope, or about maybe 2 or so weekish back, I made the goal because we've been working on the UI for about seal. We've been working on this UI book for a little over, I think, 3 months, 3 or 2 months, about somewhere in that time range. And I've been wanting to finish it, get it over with, so we can move on to other things. So the hope is, or I made a goal at about the middle of the month that I wanted to get 50% of the book completed by the end of the month. The end of the month is today. So we'll see how well things go. I confidently 25% done. So we just need to complete 1 out of the other 3 options, and then that's 50%, and then the goal will be completed. So we'll see how that goes. And a few months ago, I set up an hourly alarm. I get up and take a break for 5 to 10 minutes. My productivity went way up. Really? Oh, I don't know if I could do an hour timer, but that does sound like a good idea. It's short month, but you got this. Yeah, thank you. With that said, why don't you all go ahead and get all nice and comfy, and you just sit there for just a little bit. I'll be right back. Fancy seeing you here. I don't know how you got here, as I don't know how I got here in this business building, this business environment, and you're on your way to waiting for the elevator. You've already pressed the button, and the elevator is set to come maybe about, I'd say, in about a minute or so, and until then, you really have nowhere else to go. There's no doors, there's no windows, there's no stairs, there's no fire exits. Really, it's just you and the elevators, and we've been over this before as well. The idea that it really is just you. You don't have any tools to mine out. No, these vases here aren't anything you can use to break. You can't break it into glass or anything and start chiseling away at the walls. It truly is just you, the elevators, and and a little bit of me. I like to take this time to use it as a moment of I see that, Redeem. I like to take this time as a opportune moment. No escape? I wouldn't say no escape. What's the saying? Just under new management. Hi there. How you doing? And no snack, Redeem. Disgusting, I tell you. You know what? No, I phrased that, not the disgusting part, but the thought I was going to say. I'm happy you can at least be happy. Welcome into the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, where we spend about 1 minute, or I think now it's 45 seconds, and I attempt to pitch my game to you. The idea is that not only does it give me a chance to get better at explaining it in a clear, concise way, within a given time limit. We were just talking about time limits. And hi, Agape. Hi, the welcome into stream. And I know I walked directly into an elevator door. What a shame. And it serves as a way for you, well, if you haven't been here before, to get you caught up to date on the idea of my game, and if you haven't been here in a while or so, also caught up to date. Now, I'm sure by now you're 100% asking, what is this wonderful game that I'm 100% invested in, and that I'm not being forced to entertain? That game is no other than, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a real-time cafe game I've been working on since 2025? Or I'm not good at dates. A little over a year. Let's go with that. It's the second game I've ever made, and I want to go through the whole process of making a game. So from making a prototype to uploading it on Steam. That's the hope behind this project. So it's a thing that's not gonna be perfect, but we're gonna try. Now, I'm sure by now you're asking, what is Necrotype Cafe? Well then, I can go ahead and click on the timer. Where's the timer? I see, oh, okay. Once that reaches 45 seconds, I can attempt to pitch my game to you. And chat, don't tell her I'm hiding behind the plants. It's okay to hide. You can hide. You're fine to do that. It's not like I'm forcing you to listen. It's just that the universe decided you're being forced to sit here. That's different. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, our rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to a prestigious wizard academy. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. She wants to become a baker, a chef. So she decides to open up a mini hidden cafe in a part of the school where her fellow wizard customer students come and eat her delightful desserts. The idea behind the game is that not only is it a cafe sim, but it's a rhythm typing game. The rhythm typing game comes from the idea that it's going to be the idea is that in order to serve customers, you have to spellcast, you have to summon food. So what other way to do that than spelling out the words? You have to type through the beat, through poetry, and on rhythm. As you go along, more flavors get unlocked, more foods get unlocked, and you hope is that by the end, you can show everyone you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful, you can be you! Not my worst work, not my best work. My mind blinked halfway through. But I'd say the ending was doable. And hi, Ame, welcome into the stream, welcome in as well. And necromancers make the best coffee. You know, it would be fun to make a spin-off of the game where it's just called, or about vampires, and now it's necromancers. I could see that being a fun idea to do. And I see that in Redeem as well. How could you then? Oh, you know what? That's not as bad as a Redeem. I'll take that one. Hi, business heirs. Welcome in. Now, if for whatever reason, when I thought she couldn't speak faster, she proves me wrong. Brain had to go into overtime. And, you know, if for whatever reason, and I don't know why it would be, but for some people it is, if you're not 100% completely sold on this idea, why don't I go ahead and give you a little sample of the prototype that's currently up on itch. So if I go ahead and get off my business suit here, get on my business programming associate Baba here, let's go into Obsidian, and we should be good to go. Let's see here. And I did read those. Lovely. Okie dokie. Well, if I slide this guy over and if I enable this music, I then go ahead and make sure the screen, this button here, click that button, many buttons to click, hide this guy, show this guy, make sure I click you. Oh, hold on, enable the music here, good to go, you should be able to hear it now. And if I go ahead and do exclamation, what was it? Exclamation and Necrotype, Necrotype. Does that work? Let's see. And the answer is yes it does. If you'd like to give the game a test yourself, the current prototype, granted there are still a few bugs here and there, but this should hopefully get you up to an idea of what the game will be about. And is the music double playing, or can you only hear one? It says it's audible, but I can never tell with this thing. And hola burble, humps I axe humps, and next game is Necrotyping of the Dead. That does sound on brand. And let's see, the good old business bubby. Indeed, and hi, business, I did read that, lovely. With that said, let me go ahead and click on calibration. And why don't we go ahead and try our hand at calibration? The idea is that once the skulls hit this white circle, we press the button. So let's see. I'll click start on here and we'll begin. So I click start and let's see. All right, wait, hit. What did you just redeem? Hit, wait, hit. Wait, hit, I see the messages, but I can't look away. Hit, oh, that was way too early. Wait, hit, wait, hit, okay. Now the messages. Hi, Adam Lane, or maybe Lane? I don't know, hold on. This is a name I recognized before. It is not. Welcome into stream, welcome in. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not good at names, but found an old pixel art video and turns out she's streaming. What funny luck. Well, welcome in, and I hope the new and improved stuff, the up-to-date stuff does catch your interest. And hi, Wallace. Welcome into stream as well. Welcome back in. Let me know, what do you mean? Yes, those events. With that said, let me go ahead and show you the tutorial of the game, and I can't help but notice the redeem is missing. Oh, is it now? Hold on, let me just double check. If it's the redeem I think it is, it's been removed for the introduction, the first hour of stream. That way we have a chance to do things and I don't get distracted. As I realized, or we ran into an issue one time where the redeem was a can't say word, and I couldn't say it, and I had to keep restarting the timer for about 30 minutes straight. We got nothing done. So now, it's enabled at the hour mark to give us a chance to be productive. 2-hour-long intro. Yep, no banning and for you. Exactly. Oh boy, conflict of interest. Can't dig for no snacks and not eat them. You can if you believe. Oh boy. With that said, let's go ahead and try out the tutorial, shall we? No snacks included. They shall not be served at our prestigious wizard cafe. Let's click on tutorial here and you'll see cafe. And if I move around the arrow keys, you'll see that a customer appears. Let's go ahead and sit the customer down. The customer will waddle over to a spot, read their book, and once they're ready, they'll wave their little arm around to say, hey, I want to order. So we go ahead and take their order. We hold down space. You'll see in the book that there's a few things going on here. There is a pink color, a purple color, and there's also this symbol here. And this is all prototype. Well, not the prototype. What's the word? Placeholders. A lot of what you see now are placeholders. So if it looks a little stuffed or just a little bit blank or unclear, know that these are placeholders. This is supposed to be a cake. The idea is that each wizard is assigned a color and a flavor. For example here, Gabby is a Necromancer. You can tell because she's wearing purple, and the flavor associated with Necromancy is bitter. And as you go along in the game, you'll unlock where more wizards will enter the cafe. For example, Pyromancers will be in the game. They'll have the color of either orange or yellow, and they'll have the flavor of spicy. And you'll be able to mix 2 different flavors together to create different combinations. Not only that, but these different representations also match with the music. When you do the rhythm part of the game, if you're playing a bitter song and a spicy song, it's going to sound different than if it were a bitter, sweet song. And hi, Moon Raider. Welcome into stream. It's been nearly 2 years since I last joined a stream. How are we doing? Not, it could be a little better. The chat has not appeared. Hold on. I just realized that. I added a new chat thingamajiggy in hopes that it would be a fun idea since Twitch now enables multi-streaming chat. And it keeps breaking. It was added yesterday, but the good news is, it may keep breaking, but I am persistent. And eventually I'll figure out how to use it. For the meantime though, unfortunately I have to deal with a little bit of scuff until it's functional enough. Let's see, we'll move you about there. There you are. And thingamajiggy. Yeah, you can do it, thank you. And I spent 900 of this, so I'm gonna get my money's worth. Disgusting, I tell you. And she can't not say, nope, not saying that, lazy loaf. With that said, well, if we go ahead and click on here, hold on space, we can see that we need to follow the skull thing. So let's go ahead and follow him into the kitchen here. This is where the magic happens, literally. If we go behind the, what do we call it, a desk? Or it could be a table desk, we'll see. And the idea, again, flavors. We have to mix 2 flavors together. So if I go ahead to this bookshelf here, we grab the sweet flavor because it is pink. Then we grab the bitter flavor here because it is purple. We then have to grab the cake, put it on the table, and now we get the spellcast. If I hold down Q, what you should hopefully see is a tutorial pop up. And what you'll notice is that, like with the calibration, what you can see is, I keep saying that, don't I? Okay, let me rephrase that. When the letter reaches the white circle, press it. When this meter fills up, spell is complete. You win. This meter fills up, spell has failed. You die. Well, you don't die, but you have failed. And this fills up whenever you miss a letter or it's offbeat, things of that nature. But that said, let's see how well I can do at my own game. Thankfully, I've never failed, but I haven't yet to get it perfect. And this is supposed to be the tutorial. So as we go along, the hope is that we'll make the tutorial easy enough that most people can get it perfect on the first go around. The unfortunate thing is that requires a lot of testing and the game to work. And we're working right now on the MVP of the game, the minimum viable product. Hence why it is the prototype. And hi, Hala, welcome into stream, welcome in. And the character dies forever. You better not lose the game or else you can never try again. Hold on now. Well, you know what? Let me put my money where my mouth is. Okay, here we go. Okay, B-E-W-A-R-E space T. Okay. H-E space M-Y space S. Okay, so about the bug idea, as you can see, the bug has appeared. Sometimes here and there's a little bit of a jarbled mess, unfortunately, which is okay. It's all right. It's known, and I believe it might be fixed this time around and dead. Yeah, you know what? Considering that spam bug happened, the hope is that the new version of the game will mean that the bug does not exist. So let's try the calibration one more time. If it doesn't work, I can pull you into the new build of the game, and then we can give it a try from there. I never know with these type of things. So let's give it a try. Let's see. Wait, then Bro created a new letter. That's what happened. How could you not spell it? It's a Latin word. Space, wait, space, wait, space, wait, space, wait, space, wait, space. Okay, now let's try this. Oh, and before I forget as well, hold your horses here. Let me also make sure I add you hollow as the icon thingamajiggy. Let's see if I can get the chat to do what it should be doing. If I click on you here, and then I click on, let's see, if I do this comma, and then I add that space, and I click save, hopefully it works, and you'll get a little green heart next to your name. Let's see, main menu back here, levels, tutorial, let's try again. And you know, the first time I tried the game, I didn't realize the skull was space because I didn't calibrate. Yeah, that is one thing that we're going to fix for the next update, since once we finish the book, there's going to be a rework of the tutorial. We're gonna make it mandatory to do calibration, and I'll also make it clear that the skull means space. But one thing is certain, calibration will be mandatory, as a lot of people I've seen that have tested it, I've sat in Discord calls and watched what they did and took notes. Sometimes or often, they skip the calibration, and the calibration does tell you about the game in itself, and also, if the game doesn't work initially, it's also probably because you failed the or you didn't do the calibration. However, on the opposite end, you might end up breaking the game because you did do the calibration with the bug we saw. Okay, let's see now how it works. So, seems to be the case that this bug, it happens truly, it does. And I just want to see WITH space T. Okay, well, it is a bug that has persisted, and now it's not here. After space T, yep, okay, all right, W, okay, all right, ILIGH, let's see, T space AND, okay, let's see, space GOATS, KIN, space V, IOL, that's not L, ENT, space, yep, that looks great, and very good mythology, thanks, SOC, KS, yep, 62%, I've done worse. So you know what, I'll take it. Once you have completely finished the spell casting, that is as you can see, not bugged in the slightest, working as intended. We bring over the dish to the customer. They eat it, wipe their mouth, and they leave. That's the game in a nutshell. Are you eating hair? No, my brain just buffered for a second and would not allow me to speak. And win-win or lose-lose, doesn't matter in the end. And now she's the spelling. So when you have to type, you can't win. And what you'll see here is that there are angry customers, ghosts, and also see, I told you, my words today. Okay, maybe if I just speak slower. Not only in this game do you have to serve customers, you also have to serve ghosts, which act as an obstacle in the game. The idea is that ghosts will make customers afraid, which will affect the customers in different ways. For example, making the customers more impatient and speeding up their timers and making them leave sooner. While we haven't touched on the ghost much, we might have to this time around to incorporate them into the book. But with that said, let me show you the current book. So this book here is what the player has to work with at the moment. This is the placeholder book. When a customer comes, they sit down, you see the icons, you see them moving around. This is the current look of the book and the customer icons. But I wanted to fix it because this is never meant to be the final form of the book. And we've been, over the past month or so, maybe 2 months, looking into fixing the book, making a UI. You can see this one. This person wants a sweet, sweet cookie and a little timer. And with that said, let me show you what we have been working on, and which is currently working somewhat. And see, this is why the redeem will come in later. We need to massage your brain folds awake. I told you. Yep, that's the exact reason. And words are hard when you're speaking, I agree. And speak are hard when you don't word, I agree. Let me go ahead and hide, let's see. We hide this, oh no, we mute that guy, hide this guy, show this guy, full screen again, Braden. Most of the time, truth be told, mornings are a little off sometimes. Granted, it's 1 p.m., but mornings are a little off sometimes. Let me bring you into now programming here. And let me go ahead and show you what the book now looks like. If I also, hold on. I do remember, no, chat should be enabled. Hold on, let me just double check here. If I click A, is it working? Is it functional? it is deciding no, doesn't want to be, which is okay. It's fine. I accept those terms. And just because I accept them doesn't mean I have to truly accept them. We'll click on this guy here. We'll then copy the chat here. Hold your horses. Let's see. And Automod don't like me. Automod has a certain, it looks for certain things. I do know that much. Let me click back Obsidian here. Let me copy you here. And if I go into programming here, go back into here, and I go ahead and delete you here. Yes, yes, indeedy. Paste you into here. Try to click A again. Let's see if it does work now. Are you working? Are you functional? No, you're not, which is okay. It's all right. It's allowed to break. Yeah, we all have our trial and errors sometimes. Let me see if I reset it, if that works properly. If I click refresh here, and I click you here, let's see if it does do the things. And brain is a banned word. We aren't allowed to use brains around these parts. Well, hold on now. That we're using our brains is one of the most important things about programming, especially today of all days. Making sure things work properly is pretty important, I'd say. We select all, paste, save, copy that guy there, and let me try again. If I click you, paste you in, click OK. Are we going to show the chat now, bot? Are we good to go? If I click on you here, click on, let's see, this button here, and I like this emote. I can tell. Oh boy. All right. It's not working in the way it should be, which is okay. And hi, Kiri. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Good morning. It's 12 a.m. here. Well, welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And good morning as well. Okay, one more try. And if it doesn't work, we'll just go with the backup of the chat here. I just want to see, does this guy work? Just doing a check. No? Okay, that's all right. We go with the backup then. And brain is in the requirements top dependency. What we'll do then, since it's not wanting to accept it, we're going to do that. And now look, it's enabled. We have the old chat back. Soon it'll be 100% working. Right now I'd say it's about 10%. With that said, let's go ahead, and if I click on our game here, we start the game up, I can show you what currently is in the works. So if I click on you here, and then I click on, let's see, you here, we don't need the music, so I can go ahead and remove the music. If I click then you here, and then you here, you should be able to see it, the game. And if I click into levels, just again a reminder, if I click on you, I should be able to see it. This was the upgraded, at least initially, idea of the way the books work. The customers would come in, they would have their little icons here, and it looked a lot different than it did before. This was version 2 of the newer book updates, and you can see that it has a little icon now. It's a lot bigger. You'll also notice that the cafe is a lot smaller, and you'll also notice that there's these little flowers on the tables now. The hope was that some players, when they were playtesting, had a hard time telling which table represented which area, so we added the flowers to hopefully show an indicator of where the areas were. In addition to that, we also, if I go back into here, you'll now see an entirely different new book with the icons added and everything. So now if we go ahead and spawn in a customer here, and we have them go ahead and sit down, and I picked the last of my brains out, brain on floor. You know what? I could believe that as well. And I guess I should leave. No, brains are, you can, I'm sure if you believe hard enough, your brain can grow 2x the strength. Once our customer is ready to order, we'll take the order, and now this is the way the orders look. So we have a little icon here. That's definitely going to be changed. It's supposed to represent the Necromancy class. Right now it's a little bone, and the bone looks a little wonky, but you can also see that the icon at the bottom, the gray one, is a cookie, and 2 times is still 0. You know what? Fair enough there. I didn't even think of the multiplication implications. I believe in you though, Lazy Love. I believe. You can see now the customers. Not only do we have that added, we now also have a little ghost meter that will show when a ghost is in the game. I'm hoping to add a way to show like how before when ghosts and I say that, but you don't see it. Hold on, let me show you. In the game, when the ghosts were here, so we have a customer here, I go ahead and spawn in a ghost here, customer spawn in, you should notice, if I can grab oh, that's a ghost, spawn in a customer, we need the Medimancer, can we spawn in a Medimancer, or am I going to have to do it manually? Oh, there we are, okay. Certain customers, as I said before, are affected by ghosts differently. The Necromancers aren't afraid of the ghost because they're Necromancers, but our Medimancer is afraid of the ghost, so you can see how their icon now turns purple, showing that their timer is going up faster, but if their timer is gray, that means that they aren't affected by a ghost, but a ghost is in the area. And when a ghost leaves the area, it turns back to green. And we haven't figured out a way to translate this into the new book, but that is the way it works at the moment. Green means no ghosts, regular. Gray means not affected. Purple means expiring very fast, they leave. And multiplication implication is going to be your first album's name. If it were about math, I definitely know. Well, the thing is, most of the music here that you hear in the game is created by me. I say as you can't hear the music. Hold on. We do have, well, we did a music jam a while ago where people entered in with a customer class, a customer color, and a whole lore behind the customers, and they have been not added into the game, but we do have winners. The additional wizards that will be in the game are Herbalmancer, Brinomancer, Chillomancer, and for example, the Brinomancer is going to be a pirate wizard, and the flavor is going to be salty. They're all so charming, I tell you. They zoom. They do. They're on debug zoom. If I click back to here, click on you here, and we spawn in a customer. So spawn in a customer. Right now, there's no way to tell if they're affected by a ghost or not. I do want to change that, but it's not the highest priority at the moment. The highest priority, you can see at the top, there's 4 different icons. The hope is by the end of today, 2 of those will be complete. So 2 out of 4, 50%. I want to complete 50% of the book tabs. We allow the customer, and you can see they want a bitter cake. One additional feature I add is that when a ghost is spawned, you can see at the top the ghost meter changes. So like the ghost, well, there's a little ghost now meter, and I can spawn a memory edition here. And if I grab this guy and we serve it to a ghost, so I serve this ghost here, now there are 1 ghost. Well, now there is 1 ghost. And they do, and lurk, sure. Just make sure to no boogers here. I'm telling you, it's bad for your health. If I go ahead and close this guy, I can show you the rest of the book. If I click on this guy here, and the menu and UI are so cute, thank you. It's been a long time coming, but things are slowly but surely getting there to changing. Right now, you aren't able to flip the book in game. That's also on the to-do. But the hope is, it's working, it's just not hooked up yet. The scene itself is functional. So we have the orders page, we have the character page, so the classes of each wizard. We have the flavor page, not the flavor page, but the, what is it called? The product page, so all the different dishes you can get. And then we have the options menu. This page, the orders page, is 100% complete, which means we just have 3 more we have to do. And since I set the goal of doing 50% by the end of the month, we just have to do one of these and finish one of them today. We were having issues with the unlocked area, and I've upgraded it as well. And they also got help with the code and everything behind the scenes. So this is partially done, and what I think we might spend our time on to see if we can finish, as this page here works just about the same way. And I am lurking so I can feel my nose, so I can pick more. No! Your brain will thank you if you stop. And what's fun about the page is that we can enter the chapter, and then we can flip the pages here. So Necromancers, as I said before, aren't afraid of the ghost, so their fear is low. But a Medimancer has high fear because, well, medium fear. I haven't locked those numbers in yet. These are more so testing numbers, but they have speed, patience, and those will be the stats. So as you go along, there will be a total of 9 different wizards in the game, and there will also be their associated flavors. You can see here that the Necromancer has 2 out of 45 unlocked. That's the entire flavor combinations list. There's Necromancer, oh, hold on, let me rephrase that. There are currently 3 flavors in the game: bitter, memory, and sweet. Since sweet isn't unlocked, it says unlocked 0 to 45. Since memory is unlocked and bitter is unlocked, it says, 2 out of 45. And what I can do, just as a show of how it's working, if I click on our level here and I were to get rid of memory, now it's going to say, hopefully, if it was coded correctly, 1 out of 45 for the only flavor that's unlocked right now is bitter. So let's see if it does work. If I click here, click start again, we go to this page, yes, 1 out of 45. Because the only flavor that's finished is bitter. And we can go back here, and again, if I just were to add in the extra flavor of sweet, so we add that in, save it in, and then click on play here. It should be 2 out of 2 for both of them, because now we have sweet, sweet, and bitter, bitter, and sweet, bitter. So if I go to this page here, you can see sweet, bitter, and also sweet, sweet, right there. It's working. The issue we're running into, and the issue I had initially, was that we had 45 flavors we needed, but how would you access all of the flavors if you can't, if the directions you can use are only up, down, left, right? And we also have F for select and tab for back out. And I got the help over the week of adding a scroll feature that I've been tweaking a bit here and there, and that we'll be modifying. If I select into Necromancer here and I use the down key now, what you can say is it shows all of our unlocked flavors. right now the scrolling's a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a little wonky, it's freezing a little bit, or what's the best way to say it? Choppy. It's choppy, and I want to look into making it smoother. And another thing I want to do is I want to indicate that you can go down more if there are areas for you to go down more at. For example, right now I can only see 9 flavors, but what if I want, it says out of 25, what does that mean? I want to add a way to show how much more you can scroll on the page. That's another goal too. So that's what we'll be focusing on today. As if we can get the scroll bar finished, then that technically means we have done 50%, since this guy will work for the second tab. So we'll have the orders page done and the character customer page, which just leaves our dish page and our options page, and the dish page works similarly to the customer page. So if we finish this one, we should then be able to finish this one. But the main focus, since we only have less than 24 hours, is to work on this one here. With that said, let me go ahead and close this guy, and let me go ahead and click on our planning screen again. And with all that all said and done, is the bot going to work now? Is it going to, let's see, if I click A, no. Okay, that's all right, that's A-okay. I will just go ahead and hide this guy here and bring the old one back. Eventually these work in TM. And I go ahead and click on you here, and then I go ahead and click on, let's see, screens, and B. And I find it easiest to check with different letters or going down the list of letters. Here we have the roadmap of the game. When I initially started out this project, I thought I would be able to complete it within a total of, I believe it was 4 months. It's been over 12, it's been about maybe 14 months since then. So I realized the ideas I had and the plans I had, I have no idea how long it's going to take, and I also have no idea what I'm doing, since Necrotype Cafe is the second game I've ever made, and the first game I made was in 24 hours, so anytime I worked on the game, I had a timer going, and it just added up over the next days of whenever I worked on it, start the timer. It's a thing of Necrotype Cafe is the first big game, not like a Flash mini game sort of thing. And so the hope is that I can learn about debugging, prototype, all of those things, and the process of making trailers and then putting it up on Steam. That's what Necrotype Cafe will be about. So the now knowing I have no idea what I'm doing, there are no more estimated times and dates. I now set goals. For example, today's goal of finishing 50% of the book. But now I don't say this will be completed by March or April, as I have no idea, and I don't want to keep redoing the estimated date. And what you can see here is now just a list of things to get done, but no dates. We've already updated the bookshelf. We've done the bookshelf mechanic. We've re-implemented the ghost. Right now we're working on the UI. Once we finish working on the UI, we will rework the tutorial. And I'm thinking, I don't think it's too big of a deal, but I'm thinking once we finish the UI, I'll update it to itch and then work on the tutorial. Or maybe I just save the update for when the tutorial's out. I'm not too sure yet. And Bookshmel, the good news is that the game currently allows you to switch between the two UIs. So what I'm thinking is, maybe we just keep the old UI in the game for now until we complete the tutorial. So we release the update of the new UI and then remove the book in a later update. Remove the older book. And after that, we'll do the solving bugs, and then we'll see about adding a power-up system. Right now, the power-up system isn't important to the game. It's not part of the MVP, the minimum viable product. It's not needed for the game to work. It's a rhythm typing cafe game. So you need rhythm, you need typing, you need a cafe game. That's what we're focusing on. Having a little shop and currency, not important to the game. A fun idea, as one thing I know 100% I want to have in the game is a skeleton butler. I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know how it's going to happen, but it will exist. If I have anything to say about it, which I do, it will be added. Be it as an Easter egg or power up or something of the sorts, it'll be added. With that said though, why don't we go ahead and get started? Let me go back to the other screen here, and actually, let's see, I can bring you into our Obsidian again. So I can drag and drop you into here. Let's see if I do this guy here. Does the chat want to appear? No, it does not. That's okay. I click that button and now it's there. Oh boy. With that said, let me click on you. And then I can click on our to-do list. I have a little to-do list here, and I sometimes write it down in concepts too, depending on where I think it would be the easiest to write it down. If we scroll all the way down to here, you'll see I've been writing out the to-do list for the book itself. We have general stuff that I want to add, and then the book stuff. So the right page, the left page, or the right page here, the left page in the header, all of these things. I am wondering where would be the easiest place to start. I think maybe making the scrolling smoother might be the best place to start, but we'll also need to have a area to show where we're at on the out of 45 list. That'll be where we start. But let's see, move that to here, move the taskbar to about up there, I think would be the easiest to do. We'll go then to here. Now, what can we call this task exactly? I say we could call it the making scroll bar. Making scroll bar. Making scroll bar. I think that's the best way to describe it. We'll make this guy a little bit, too much big. Let's see, a little bit bigger, about there-ish. There we are, good to go. And we'll move you back to our, oh, actually, let me show you what I mean in concepts. I think that might be the best way to do this. We'll move you to here. And just doing a double check here. Do we have is this good to go? That at least is fine, manageable. Let me slide you down to here. I'll click on this button here. And let's go ahead and do this. So the hope is that we have the customer here. And the customer has all of their information. We've already completed this area of the book. It's this area we need to worry about. We have a place here, or a section at the top, middle, and bottom. So I'll just do this here for the bottom. I'll do this here for the top. And then we have the scroll wheel. We have here unlocked. So I'll just do UNLOCK unlock with a 0. Hold on. A 0 out of 0. Just to show us the area. And then we also have a number page here. Number 1, page 1. And is the add-on for Obsidian you draw. This here is not Obsidian. It's something called Concepts. While I do have an add-on in Obsidian for drawing, I tend to not use it. Just, it depends. If I go, for example, to this guy here and I click, let's see, if I do new, or I should be able to, yes, new drawing. If I click new drawing, there is a plugin that you can use on Obsidian called Scally Draw, but I find I enjoy Concepts more. And if you're wondering about the programs, what I can do is do !FAQ. You should be able to find the programs there. Let me bring you back into Concepts. So let me do that. Let me go ahead and close you here. And then let's bring you back into here. Unlockable there. And I want to either have maybe an arrow to show up and down. So I'm thinking something here to show, hey, you can go up a little bit more on the page. Or, hey, you can go down a little bit more on the page. Maybe something here to show and indicate and things. Of course. I hope it helps us. Concepts has been a big game changer. It's allowed me to write and doodle and draw to my heart's content, truly, and figuring out how Necrotype Cafe works. Granted, at some point you have to figure out an organization system, which I have not done, but that's more on the back burner. Hi, is it Forley? I believe please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you've been here before. So I'll say welcome back. Hello. Let's see. Welcome there. And then we'll go here. Okay. That there. How can we show that you have areas and more things you can do? We also have the little bars here. And hi, Jaxus. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. The name of the app is Concept, like the thought. And what I can do is do !FAQ. There you go. You should be able to find the link there. Let's see. We have this guy here, and I don't know if I did say hello, but welcome back in, Jaxus X2, if I did. And good afternoon. Hi, the Voltic Ace. Welcome back into stream as well. Welcome back in. And gotta thank you, of course. And how are you? I'm doing lovely. It's always a fun day when we get to do a little bit of game dev. Oh, that's a triangle. We don't need a triangle. We just need these 4 boxes to show the different contents. The issue is that there's a total of 45 and we have a little scroll bar. So the question then becomes, how can we show the player that they can navigate the menu up and down? That's the tricky part at the moment. Right now, the player knows that they can flip the pages, and we'll also be introducing them to the fact that they can navigate the pages. So if I go back into, let's see here, just to show you what I mean, and I click on play for the book, I can show you. If I click on that there, what you'll see is, if it loads up and you can't see it, so let me go ahead and add the additional button here and then here. There we go, lovely. If I click on you here and you here, we already have a somewhat of a page the player will be able to interact with. I don't know if I want to add a button that says press that key to do that thing, or if we'll just show the player what they can do, or if we have some sort of meters at the very bottom of the screen. Right now you control with left and right, then F to select, and then up and down once you're in the selection screen to choose what you want. And here we'll be able to see the different combinations of flavors and things of that nature. And here, when I click F and select into the page, I can then flip between the Necromancer page and the Midjourney page, depending on which page I want to see. So introducing the player to the controls of this book is going to be important. I think just having a small overlay at the bottom of the screen would be the easiest thing to do. I've seen it in games before, and I might even have an example I can show you. If I go back into here, and we go into this guy here, possibly, and I'll also paste this guy before I forget. That's our little UI book. If we go into previous games I've played before and have been inspired by, oh yeah, never mind. Potion Permit. This is a fun pixel art game where you make potions. At the very bottom, you have the controls. If we go to, I think this is, no, my mistake. This is Potion Permit. Potion Permit here, you can see the little buttons that you press. This is a game called Little Witch in the Woods. Very different game. One game, you're a potion maker. This one, you're a witch who does make potions. So they're both potion games. But they're very different in their approach to things. And I really like the idea of a spellbook, since it could also be a cookbook. The hope was that we could make it easy to show and explain. What I've noticed, though, and what I found myself as well realizing is sometimes, and maybe we can just have this as an option in the UI for the player to choose, whether they want to have the buttons here to show if they can press a button or not, or words down at the bottom. So what I'm thinking is we can have a UI, or not a UI, but some sort of notifier here that says blah 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 blah. Something down there to show that you can press that certain button to do that certain thing. So let's see, for example here, or rather, let's do use A flip left and right, something like that. AD flip pages, AD flip pages, FLIP flip, PAGES. AD to flip pages. Something like that I think could be a good idea to show at the bottom. But the thing is, if that is the case, do we then just simply do, and hi Rudy, welcome to the stream, welcome in.
Ruggy3 just redeemed
Hydration sure
hydrate.
can do. Let me go ahead and get that water. Tasty, and lovely. We have a and D for flip pages. We have a button here that you use for enter page. So let's see. We have F for select page, F for select page, SELECT, select page. I'll copy that guy, paste him here. So F for select page. We have a tab for exit page. So I'll just do this here, that there, and that there. And we'll say TAB, tab for exit page. EXIT, 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 exit page, PAGE, exit page, and then we have up and down for navigate page. So we have you here. Oh, hold on. We just do, let's see, that there, and then we say navigate. And one might say there not always needs to say what a specific button does, because it is understandable from buttons themselves. Sometimes poorly. The thing is, though, our controls are a little bit different. The hope was, and this was one reason it was a little bit hard to figure out, in the game, the way I want it to play is, if I bring you back in here, and I can't find the link to the FAQ, is it called Concepts or Concept Board? Oh, how odd. Yes, it's called CONCEPTS. Let me just double check with you here. It might be because of the way the website looks or works. If I just go here just super duper quickly, and I bring you into this guy here, you should be able to see it. In the FAQ, we should be able to see the link. If I click this guy here, at the very bottom, you can see the link to either the Sprite or to the concepts. This is not very obvious, so I could understand if that's why you didn't see it. I'm hoping at some point to upgrade the website to make things a little bit clearer, but if you're looking for the program, you should be able to find the link underneath. Let's see, let me click you back into our programming so I can explain the other part. The way I wanted the game to work, and yeah, no worries at all. If you couldn't see it, that's a fault on the website itself. It should be easy to understand, easy to see. That's the thing I've noticed and realized with tutorials, for example, of if the player doesn't recognize this as an option, you gotta shout at them a little bit more, make it a little bit more obvious. We'll go ahead and mute the game here. The way I want the game to play is I want you to be in the world, and I want you to be able to open up the book and still run around the cafe. I want this to be not a chaotic game, but definitely stressful. And the issue is that by removing the controls when the player opens the book, then they kind of have to pause and stop and pause and stop. And I thought it was a fun idea. And also, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe diegetic? Something around that, where elements in the world or elements are corresponding to things in the world. For example, if you hear music in the game, it's because it's playing from a boombox. Or if you're looking to see how much ammo you have left, the gun itself shows you a little meter instead of having UI on the screen show you how much you have left. Here, the book is covering your screen because Gabby is looking down and reading at her book as she's running around. So the hope is that this does cover your screen because you can't see when you're reading the book. So you'll be able to open the book, read the book, run around the cafe, and just check your things instead of holding, opening, running, opening, running. I thought it made it more fluid. The issue is that because we use the arrow keys to move around, we then had to choose other buttons to navigate with the book. In this case, we're going with W, A, S, and D for the book keys. And using W, A, S, and D is a little less intuitive than using the arrow keys. Funny enough, when people were testing the game, I found more people using W, A, S, and D to control the character instead of the book. So it made me realize something has to change, or we have to do something or fix something, many somethings. And I did read that as well. Lovely. With that said, let me bring you back into here. Now, granted, I want to do my best to not have a lot of text on screen if I can help it, if it's not part of the game. If I click on our concepts guy here, for example, having the little blurbs about the flavors, I like. It's not required. These things aren't required, but it does add flavor to the game. These things here, not flavorful. They're just things that say, hey, you can do this in the game. This is immersive. I want to add as many immersive things as I can. And oh, hold on, flip pages needs to be, oh no, that's right, A and D. Flip pages A and D, we need to navigate pages. Let me go ahead and erase that. Let me go ahead and slide you here. Slide you on, oh, hold on, slide you on over to about here, and then we'll do navigate, navigate pages, and make that I a little bit bigger, and that's going to be W and S. So just erase that guy, and then go with this guy here, and it's going to be W, and it's going to be S. These are the controls for the book. The issue is explaining that to the player. And I meant having titles for buttons might be too much, but mentioning of what buttons might be the one, like in the second game you are new references, we can certainly take a look. Let's see. If I go back up to, oh no, I'm lost. Here they have the words and the images. And in this one here, they also have the buttons you can press and both of them. Both examples I showed had what it does and the buttons you need to press. And this one here also has the buttons you need to press and the word for the buttons. So they do both do that. The thing is, they're super duper tiny compared to everything else. And I think a good medium of this is just having an option in the options menu that says turn this on and off. So turning off your helpful key presses, I think would be a good idea. And okay, I was fully destroyed. No worries at all, Florley. The thing is, some things that feel obvious and end up not being is something I've realized is a neat thing to find. Where it's like, oh, clearly it's going to be this thing, and then it's not, and then you're like, huh, you would have thought. Let's see, we'll slide you back over to here. I think this is a good medium. I just wish there was another way to show this without doing the words. It seems to be a common thing that games do, so it wouldn't be outside of the realm. If we slide this down here and we move you to here, one thing I think would be a good idea to have is a kind of fade effect going on at the very bottom to show that you can still scroll, or at the very top to show that there's things above or below. I think adding a small fade effect whenever you're not at the very bottom or very top could be a good idea to do. The issue we would run into, though, is then if you are in the middle and you can go up or down, then this fade effect would appear at the very top and very bottom. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. We slide that guy up. You run into the issue of it would be foggy for the top and the bottom. And the little high. And if we do that, is it going to clutter the screen? We only have so much space here. I don't think having a fade effect here at the very bottom, but the issue is if it's too small and it's too subtle, then the player's not going to see it. I definitely think that would be an indicator that there is more to do. So I think at least as a starting point, that's a good idea. Another one I'm thinking about is, as I said before, some sort of indication that you can still go up and down. Have a little highlight here where if you can still go down, the arrow is highlighted, but if you get to the end, it's blank and it just shows, oh, you can't go up and down a little bit more. I also think that would be a good feature to add. And I do think adding some sort of buttons at the bottom that you can turn on and off in the options menu is also a thing to consider. So I think those 3 things are what we can work towards today doing. And we'll see where we go. As again, I have 24 hours to complete this page. Let's go ahead, have the ads do their thing. And while we do that, and we have so much space, sure, let's buy a grand piano. I did not realize how big pianos were. I've had a keyboard for a very long time, and I just got it, well, not just, but last year, I got a new keyboard, and the size difference is wild. And hi, Blood Nick, welcome back in the stream, welcome back in. Reminder, folks, to take a break, save, stretch, hydrate, and eat. If you haven't in a while, that is a great reminder, as it is the ad break time. Usually during ad break, we stretch, we save, we do a little bit of water here and there, and why 24 hours? I set a goal of myself about 2 weeks ago that I wanted to complete 50% of this UI book since it's been over 2 months of working on it. So I told myself, okay, by the end of the month, we 50%. It's not a, like, if the time does end and the day does end and I can't do 50%, that's okay. This is just a self-goal set. We have already this page done, so we have 25% complete. And I believe we could finish this one by the end of the day. I do think it's possible. And then that will be 50% of the goal. If not, tomorrow we're also doing this, so if it's end of the month plus 1, I won't be disappointed. It's close enough that I'll get a star should be given. Let me get a little bit of water here. Delicious. One issue I've been running into recently when it comes to making my game is I haven't had time to sit down and work on it during the week. The only time I was spending on it was during these streams, which is a great thing in the sense of at least once a week I worked on it, but I only worked on it for about 4 hours. So the hope was adding this timer. Hi, strongly typed. Thank you for the subscription. And that's a total of 7 months. My goodness. We have are you an alien? Cause you're are you an alien? Cause you're out of this world. Welcome in. And thank you as well. And guess this will be as long. Hold on now. I only streamed for 4 hours. I mean by the end of the day. So if I happen to not finish it by the end of the stream, then I'll just spend some time on Discord doing it. That we have options here. I don't think I can do a 24-hour stream. Oh man. That would be a lot. Since we still have some time before the ads are over, let me see. Oh, also, since the ads are over, I'll enable the word guy here since it's about been an hour into it. And so with that said, let me see if I can play around with this chat thingamajiggy just a little bit more and see if I can get it back up. Because it's nice, it's cool looking, but I have absolutely no idea how well it works. And it's interesting, that is for sure, but the problem is that sometimes it does not want to cooperate with the instructions I give it, which is fine. We've all had those times. Let's see, paste you in. We do 1920 x 1080. And if I click OK here, we enable it here. Are you good to go? No, still, that's okay. And I don't think I can do a 24-hour stream. Average college student, I bet. See, the thing is, the thing, oh, it's working now. I ask you why. And hi, Tempik, maybe? Tempik? Possibly. Welcome to the stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but hi. Well, it's working again. I question many things. And hi, Tim. Welcome back to the stream as well. Welcome back in. Let me slide this up, and last attempt is right. I see. Tempik. Got ya. I will certainly try to keep that in mind. We'll make this guy a little bit bigger. Actually, you can be a little bit bigger than that. Ad breaks are just about up, so welcome back from the ad breaks. I seem to have fixed the chat for the moment, so why don't we go ahead and continue? We have a few things we need to do, and let me go ahead as well and hide this guy here. We should be good to go. Let me slide this down. There's a few things we need to do. We need to add indicators or button press indicators at the bottom of the book. So I'll make a little checkbox, and say add indicators, add control ADD, that's not a D, ADD, CONTROLINDICATORS. There we are. And your energy is very cute and welcoming. How you doing? Well, thank you, and welcome in. got sidetracked. I was going to say, the issue is that when I'm not streaming, my energy, I have to save my energy. So if I'm not streaming, I'm very, very silent unless it's on a VC or something. That way, the energy gets conserved until I need it. So I used about a third of a week's worth of energy for the 4 hours in CTO. What's CTO mean in sidetrack? Very often. Let's see. We add control indicators. We need to add the arrow. Let's see. Page arrows at top. So page arrow headers. Let's see. PAGARROWHEADER. Page arrow headers. And lastly, we need to add smooth scrolling. So SMOOTH, smooth, SCROLLING, smooth scrolling. These are the 3 things on the agenda to do. So let's see if we can get them done. And, oh, absolutely, social battery jumps to 0 after stream. Exactly, after stream, I take a nap. And then I'm up again until 2 a.m. It is the circle of energy. And you feel tired, you start stream. That tiredness is gone. You want the streamer's like, all right, I'm supposed, yeah, exactly, 100%, that's how it is. Sometimes I start stream where it's the day of and I'm thinking, man, I'm really tired. I don't know if I can stream. And then by halfway point, I'm realizing, man, I don't want it to end. I'm having a lot of fun. Let's see, let me bring you back into programming here. And with that said, let's go ahead and add the task. Okay, so either add control indicators, page arrow header, or smooth scrolling. I think our best bet would be to start off by making sure the scrolling is smooth. So let's do that. I think that's a good place to start. So we'll go ahead, click on you here, making scrolling, SCROLLING, smoothing, SMOOTH, making scrolling smooth. We'll go ahead and make that a little bit smaller here so we can fit it all on screen. Go and click that guy there, and we're good to go. Right now, it is a little tricky. There is an automated scrolling effect here going on, which I do really like. The thing is, and hold on, let me click on Godot since it's not showing up. I click you, and then I click on you. We're good to go. And speak with such a ton of positive emotions as if on new batteries. They get charged during the entire week and shock. Well, terrible joke. 0 out of 10, I say. If we go to the next page here, right now, there's no way to know that there's a total of 45, aside from the fact that it says 2 out of 45. I did add that to show that the player will be able to do more. We're gonna need a way at the bottom to show or highlight or do something of the sorts. And then we have the down key to show the different areas. And as you can see, when we press it once, it could go like a slower. If we slow down the speed, and then if I hold down the up arrow, it also freezes a little bit. So it's gonna be messing around with a few values here and there to make sure that the scrolling feels okay. Decent. You can see the first 6. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. Right now, it's the perfect freezing point since you can't see the bottom 6, which is good. If we add a little fade effect at the bottom of this, right now it won't block anything. And then if we're at the very bottom of the screen, you won't be able to see at the very top, so it does make sense right now. It's good news. But if we're in the middle, did we solve our earlier problem? If we're in the middle, this is about the middle area, and the top had a little fade effect, it wouldn't be too bad as long as we make it smaller. So it's possible that we would have enough space for this fade effect. Okay, that's doable. We were supposed to be doing the scrolling smooth. So let's do that first. If I click on you here and close that, let me double check to make sure we have a backup and good to go on there. Lovely. All right. So going forward, if we do mess up, we do have a way out. I'll go ahead and we'll go into our script here, customer right page. This is the guy responsible for everything. And what I'd like to start off by doing is checking these values. These values here decide how fast the scroll goes, the amount, the duration, and the pause duration. So if we just modify these guys and git commit, work in progress. Just about, yeah. I've been trying to get better at doing more git commits as I realize that can be pretty important. It helps, especially, even if it's a small change, still updating that small change can help you in the long run, should you need to go back by a lot. I was saving too little, so now I'm over-saving as compensation. If I click on you here, our pause duration, it's going to be pause duration, scroll duration, and then it's also going to be our hold time. This whole timer decides when you can continue scrolling. So if I were to reset it, for example, to a 1 second hold time, let's see what these values do. I'll reset the default values of our scroll container go back into our book here. We click on play. Let's try these out. Hi, strongly typed. Welcome back into stream. Welcome. Oh, well, I already said hello to you. And thank you again for the subscription as well. I was wondering why I recognized that name very recently. And Claude members, the state of the code. I will ask you to bring it back. Do not make mistakes. And I just solved version control and various bug fixes, my favorite git commit. Let's see here. If I slide you over to here and then we go into select and then I go down, how does that feel? Down scroll, definitely slower now. And I wonder then, if we were to change our hold timer, we change the hold timer to, and have you seen the XKCD? I have not. I have no idea what those letters mean. Let's see. If we change our hold timer to instead be 0.01. Oh, that's not the point. 0.01, and we save it. Let's see what changing our hold timer does. Do we get it's going to be a lot faster now. The timer, when it expires, if you're still holding the button when the timer ends, it then does the action again. This is to stop the player from doing something like this, where they flip you super duper fast. It allows them to slowly do it instead. It slows them down. And you'll love it. I see. I'll check that during the ad break then. Give it a good old look since it was a recommendation. Let me go ahead and have it pulled up here so I can have it saved. Since the X-Sun. Thank you for the subscription, Jaxus. Thank you as well. And welcome in again. KCD. There we go. Do that there. Oh, I see. Yeah, I said afterwards, but I take it back, and I reject ads. Take my credit card. Leslie, I'm glad that it offers you an opportunity. And hi, Fanafi. Welcome back into stream as well. Welcome back in. And oh, I see. I will share this during the ad break. Yep. And what are ads anyway? It depends on who you ask. Let's see. I'll bring it back into here. If we're in the game now, we have reset the scroll speed, or not reset it, but we've shortened it. Now, it's super speedy. It's a little too speedy now. I press the button and this is me pressing it once and they're a social construct. We live in a society. Oh boy. Go up here, go down here. Yeah, this doesn't feel too bad. It's really just truly going to be messing around with the controls until we get something that feels right. So I'll close this guy. I'll also close this guy, so we don't get too confused. And it's going to be a matter of just trying things out and seeing how they feel until it feels just about right. And or they force you to buy a subscription on a platform to remove them. Oh no. Let's see. My fair unskippable ads of 40 minutes long. We'll select back into here. And if we click down once, this is, oh, hold on. That's not good. We have click, that goes down by one. It's going down by quite a few, I'd say. Go up a little bit. Now, this definitely feels smoother. I'm holding it down. It's not freezing as much, though I would like it a little bit slower. I think that would be a good idea. So can we slow you down, scroll container? We have scroll duration. Maybe if we do let's try 1 second. See what 1 second feels like. I've noticed that making the values greater instead of little small changes helps you notice things a little bit quicker. I used to just do it, what's the word I'm looking for? I used to go and do it small changes, but now if you set it to 1 quadrillion, you'll know exactly what feature it's changing. So we select into this guy here. Now we go down a little bit. That's not a little bit. Go up. Yeah, that's speed. I do like how this is going now. This is good. This is handy. The thing is as well, though, that there's 45 of these. So we're going to need it to pause quickly when we let go. Immediately once we let go, we need to say, don't do it anymore. Stop where you are, or go to the nearest ending point. Something like that. So we have a pause duration. Let's set this to 1 second. Or no, right? We're going extreme. 10 seconds. Let's see what this affects. If we click on you here, how does this work? Let's see if we can figure this out bit by bit. Let's see here. And I did read that. Lovely. Okay, let's see. Click on you here, select, or no, not selecting to you, slide you over here. Now if we go down, this guy here doesn't feel too bad. We go down a little bit more, and then it does a rapid change. And then it does a big change, and then a rapid change, it takes us all the way to the bottom. That's not too bad. If you need to go to the top, you hold a little bit, then let go, and it brings you all the way to the top. That's not too bad. And then if you go down by 1, it goes down by 1. So there's a little bit of fixing, or rather there's a little bit of changing. So it brings you all the way to the bottom, or all the way to the top. truth be told, I quite like this. You don't have to worry about doing or clicking individually. I would like it if there was a way to do if you don't hold it for too long, but how would you then tell a player that's how it works? I think the singular clicks are good. They allow you to know single clicks, allow me to go very up and down. If you want to go back to the top, hold down a little bit, release, and you'll go to the top. I actually think that we'll keep it. I'm not too opposed to that. So since that's the case, I'll go ahead and close this and we'll save it. I think that's a good one. So I click on you here, we'll click on that. Hold timer, tweaks, done. Hold timer, tweaks, done. There we go, done. Save that to that and commit. Alrighty then, that's a make scrolling smooth done. Look at that, 1 out of 3, already complete. Next up we have on the list here, let's see. If I click on you, and we go back to here, add control indicators, smooth scrolling, done. Oh, that's not an X. I'm using my mouse now, there we are. Now let's add some arrow headers to show if we can still go down or still go up. My question now is, are we going to use the math provided? How do we show how many rows we have and how many rows we have remaining? Rows we have remaining. In here, if we click on this guy, in our scroll container, we have a scroll step amount. And what I'm wondering is, the scroll step amount, if we click on you, where do we use you? And isn't it too vicious, the scrolling? I think it's okay, Forley. The thing is, because there's 45, you need to have a lot of, or there should be a quick way to scroll instead of a slower way. I think that's better. And should we find out during testing that players don't enjoy it doesn't feel intuitive, we can always change and tweak it a little bit more. I think this is at least a good temporary feel, where if you want to go slowly, you click, release. Click, release. It allows you to slowly go through them. But if you want to go to the very top again, hold down, release, and it brings you back to the top. I think that's intuitive. But should there be a need to change it, we can. We have the buttons and the technology to do it. So we can if need be. And now click on you here. And I did read that, so we're all good to go. And with that said, what we're going to do now is we're going to go back into our customer right page. What are we doing? Making scrolling smooth. We did do that. Okay, we're good. Let me go ahead and set that bar up there. Let me do that there. And we're gonna say now, adding page or scroll arrows. Adding SCROLLARROWS. Adding scroll arrows. That is next on the to-do list. Let me make that guy a little bit bigger here so we can know what we're up to. And we'll move that guy about there and there. Lovely. So now we need to add scroll arrows. And I want to add 2 little arrows. Oh, you can't see it. Up here and up here. And then when you're at the very top, the arrow is faded. And it allows you to, or you can see that you can go down or up. That's what I want the arrows to show. If we go into our customer right page, what we were trying to do was that we were trying to figure out how to check the amount we're going up and going down, and then to see the minimum and maximum, and then go depending on that. What I'm thinking is we can take our scroll step amount here in our scroll container, and if we look through this guy determines how much we scroll depending on the position. So what I'm thinking is, depending on our max scroll here, and our max scroll is, let me just double check again. Yeah, our max scroll, where's our max scroll at? Hold on, go down here, oh, up here, down here. Our max scroll is select, go up to here, and current scroll position equals max scroll. Got ya. So if we just figure that point out, we'll see. What I'll go ahead and do is we have scroll down to step amount, and we have scroll to top and scroll to bottom. I'm wondering, our scroll to top, scroll to bottom, I don't think this is used. I think this gets removed. So what we can do as well is, and you know what I'm wondering as well? Start loop. I think this also, if using auto scroll, and auto scroll isn't being used anymore, correct? Yes, lovely. Okay, well, let's comment this out just so we don't get confused on which code is being used. So I'll go ahead and use you here. We'll go ahead and use you here since that's no longer needed. Now we just have scroll to bottom, scroll to top. Again, we don't use those guys, so we don't need you. We just have scroll 2. And which language uses Godot? I'm using GDScript. I have a background in C++, not too extensive. I did go to college for game development, but I did end up dropping out about 2 years in. But while I was there, I learned C++, and I've used that knowledge to learn GDScript. GDScript is more comparable to Python, a language I hope to learn soon. But the good news is about coding languages is that once you know one, and once you get familiar with one, you can then kind of use that information to learn other ones. Well, that's always so nice. And GDScript and C#. Oh yeah, it does use C# too, doesn't it? The in-engine coding area is GDScript. This right now is GDScript, but you can use a, what's it called? An IDE, I think it is. An external IDE to code in C#, I think. And to be pedantic, GDScript doesn't use Godot. Godot uses GDScript. Actually. Oh, you make a very fair point. Yeah, you're right on the wording. Let's see here. Let me scroll down. I'd love to add any emotes. It's such a fun thing to say. And let's see what we need to do. Actually. Let's let it go. And you can write in C# in Godot, but usually use an IDE. Yes, I see. Okay, I got it right. I'm still trying to get used to the language and the words and terms. For example, engine versus IDE, things of that nature. So it's good to know. I'm on track. I don't remember what IDE stands for. Development engine development something. I could not tell you what I means. Let's see here. Unhandled input, all of these guys here, check and scroll from direction, update scroll limits here. And I mean, no one here uses C#, right? Right? I wouldn't. Of course not. You would never. Let's see here. If we go to R on holder timeout, on ready, you're good to go. Unhandled input, we are looking for a scroll from direction. These two guys are the ones that determine when we scroll and where we scroll. And integrated, oh, I was close. I got development right. I'll take it. Integrated development environment. Got ya. And what is C#? Can you eat it? Yeah, that's a good one. C#, C extra sharp, bad one was a good one. And yes, it's good for your eyesight. And oh, hey, fun fact. I'm a full stack developer using C# and Angular. I have heard of front end, back end, full stack development. Still don't know the names or the meaning, but I have heard those. And that sounds like a lot of fun. I definitely do want to get into web development at some point. So that is going to be tricky considering you have to know the terms. We're going to go ahead and see about our current scroll position. I want to have a way to track the current scroll position. And depending on the current scroll position, this can be how we decide where to go. So what we're going to do is have let's see, unhandled input. What we're going to do is we're going to have a var called old scroll positlon. Old scroll position. It's going to be a float, and we're going to equal it to our current scroll position. After that, we're then, Why are you angry? What went wrong? I haven't even touched this code. Why is it upset? I don't even know. It just got angry all of a sudden. And C++, 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 and hi, hello, Hex. Welcome into stream. Hi, I'm C-Serp's dad. I know. It wasn't me, officer. F#. Let's see here. If we do you this, that there, let's then, I believe I should have it in our page to show our page being updated. I have a thing that says what page we're going to, and I just want to copy and paste that guy, but I don't remember. Oh, here we are. This guy. Let's just do this here. I want to copy that. Let's use this to debug. And I just want to have a place to show the beginning page and the end page, depending on where we're going to and from. So after our unhandled input, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on enter here, and then we have here, and then we have here. And at the very bottom, we're going to go scrolling location, or scrolling, scrolling, positln. Scrolling position, then we have to and from. Then we take our current, so our current here, current scroll position, and then we grab our old scroll position. And then we print it out. That way we can tell, but we also need to see what it was initially. So I'm also going to copy this guy here, and we'll set a initial scroll position at our function ready. So what I'll go ahead and do, hold on, that is a function process right there. We do it here instead, and we click on paste here. And then we'll say starting scroll position. starting scrollposition. Then that button there, we do space, then we do a plus, and then we do a string, and then we set the scroll position. Scroll position. Scroll, or rather, would it work if I just do position and set current scroll position? I see, that's what you're called. Save that guy, go back to here, and let's see what we get. If I click on the U here for run current scene, and Q# for quantum pro, oh, is that a real thing? And also exists now for quantum computing, and VB is actually the old version. Huh? So much learning is a 3D hashtag. Huh? Oh no, I told you, I just know the words, the meanings. They had her to tell you. Let's see. We slide back over into here. And thank you for the follow, Hex. Thank you, and welcome in this room as well again. From here, if we can see, we see that it says starting scroll position is set to 0, 0. And just to make things a little bit easier, what I'll do is I'll grab our little Godot guy here, and I'll add a bigger screen so you can see the text a little bit clear. That's a little bit too big. Hold on, that's a little bit too big. Let's just do that there and then make it smaller about there. Okay, hopefully it's a little bit more visible now. I know that sometimes the messages are a bit small. Now that we're in here, we know our starting scroll position is set to 0. If we go all the way to the bottom, we hold it and release it, our scrolling position then goes to 240. So 140. Gaia. Okay. And then we need to know, and it's interesting to note as well, that this 140, it does that the entire time. But I think if we click it once, if I click it once, it then scrolls. Interesting. 140. It only does it in certain areas, it seems like. I hold and I let go. We don't get the number. But if I hold it down, we then get the number. Interesting. Okay, well, let's check then where we're doing things at. And this has to be the best game dev stream I've ever seen enough. Oh, how sweet. Thank you. Half the time, most of the time. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm glad it's enjoyable to listen to. That's always very sweet to hear. Let's see. We know then that the starting scroll position, and the unfortunate thing is this guy as well is not the color. It's hard to see what's going on. So I'm going to change our color here to be, let's do title. How about that? We'll just say title. Title will make it white and add a few effects to it. That won't be too bad to look at. So I'll copy here for title, and then we'll go ahead and go to this guy here and also copy for title. Right now we have unhandled input. Maybe it's not saying this because it's returning at the very bottom. So my guess is what we're going to have to do is either have it run a function or do something else of the sort. And, okay. Right now, this is returning. If this is not equal to new, then we enter in this guy, then we leave. If this, we enter, leave. So we really never make it down here, aside from some areas. And 2x, fun energy and fascinating explanations to have on the background. How sweet. Let's see 2x explanations. I see. If I grab this guy here and we remove him, let's move on to where we're actually scrolling from. So our scroll from direction, let's do that guy. If we go into where we're using it at, we then have our scroll down and scroll up. So what I'm thinking is, let's put it in here since this function always gets used. However, our scroll up and scroll down, is this where we want to go? Scroll from direction. When we press the button one time, I think this will run regardless. So I think we're okay. Scroll from direction. I think this is the one we use often. We even have it here for our scroll from direction. Good. This is a function we use anytime we scroll. So yeah, we should have been putting it here. Yeah, you learned something, don't you? And we have 2 from direction. I can go ahead and remove you here. And let's just do this guy instead. We need to have the old direction position though, and I don't have it here, so we just need to go ahead and old scroll position var current scroll position, or old scroll position, so LOD underscore SCROLL and then underscore POSITION and POSITION, and then we do FLAT, and then we set it equal to, and then we set it to current scroll position. Okay, that should be good. Let's see. And I don't know what I'm doing in it, but we're all learning. It's okay, and I much agree. Learning is fun. The issue is just sometimes it takes a certain method for learning to work. I know I need multiple exposure when it comes to learning. I have to soak in the information every so often. What is it called? Spaced repetition. I found that spaced repetition helps me a lot with learning. And you can see now we have our starting scroll position. If I slide over to you, we enter into this guy. We should hopefully, oh, you know what? It might be saying it twice because we have 2 pages. So we're gonna need to do a check to say, hey, is this the current page selected? We can do that by seeing if the page is visible. If the page is visible, then we know we can use it. If the page is not visible, then that means don't use it. So what I'm going to do up here is, and I think this will work, on our unhandled input. If it's not active, let's remove that. Let's say if not visible. I think that'll be easier to show and easier to know if we're using it or not, because if it's not active, then it's hidden. So if we would just remove the is active here, set it to visibility, my guess is going to be we're not going to get the starting scroll positions because it's not visible when we start it up. At least that's the theory I have. Let's see if it does do the thing. And we get nope. Okay, so why is that the case then? Are they all visible and we just don't know about it? Does it get set to visible elsewhere, or I wonder? Okay, so this start scroll, oh, hold on. I think I get it, hold on, yeah. So, upon further consideration, it would save. I need to move this guy. We know what the starting scroll position is now. We don't need that. But the idea, I think, was correct. If we do that guy, then we go back into the book now. What are we getting? Let's see. We're here, we go then here, and then we enter in here. We should only get one message because we're on this single page. It's visible, so that's good to go. If we then scroll down, we get 0, 144, and then we go from 144 to 288. So we go up, we go down, and we can go all the way down to 140. And he's making a table. He's sorting it twice. He's making a table, he's sorting it twice. Select from kids wear behavior equals nice SQL clauses coming to town. I could not figure out the beat, but I understand the reference. Oh boy, it's still winter. Oh, it's still winter, but it's the new year. It's been so long since Christmas. I'll be excited when it rolls around again. Let's see here. I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll have a dividable idea. If we take this 21040 number and we divide it by our step amount, so for example, we go from 2140 to 1996. If we were to divide this, how many steps do we get? That's the next question I want to ask. So, to answer this question, what we are going to do is we are going to take some of these numbers here and print them out. What I want to know is if we print our, what do I want to know? I want to grab our max scroll guy. Our max scroll here. So if I grab you here, we need to grab the modification and hydrate. Sure can do. And welcome into stream, Smile and Nod. Welcome in. I can certainly do a little bit of hydration here as I'm scrolling down and we look for the maximum amount that we need to do. That's going to be this guy down here. And you know what? Let's say our page capacity. Let's set that right away. I think that's a good idea. Okay, water. Tasty water, and gotta keep that vocal engine moist. Welcome in. It is important to stay hydrated and properly watered. I do agree, and thank you again for the redeem. Let's see here, and then just knows. Oh boy. If we go down, our max scroll, this is where our max scroll happens. We update our scroll limits, and depending, oh, hold on, my mouse is, okay, scroll is working again. The scroll is unleashed. Our max scroll is set here for our max scroll, and we get this by getting our guy here. So what I'm thinking is we're gonna go ahead and remove this print, and then what we're gonna say is up here upon ready, we are going to set our max scroll. So max scroll equals you here. And what I'm wondering, oh, no, we already updated, never mind, we do that, and then we print. We're expecting it to say 2140 when I click on play. So if I go ahead and print now our max scroll, I'm going to hope it's saying 2140. If we click on play here, let's see, we're looking for 2140 as the max scroll, and we get 2140, good. Now, what I want to see is if we take the max scroll and divide it by our scroll step amount, this should hopefully tell us how many times we can do our steps. So if I go ahead here and do run current scene, we should get the guy of, let's see, 14. We can do this about 14 times apparently. So, how can we test that? I guess we could do it in numbers. Okay. 1? That was not 1. Was it 1? I can't tell. Okay, let's not do this manually. We have the power of technology. We should be able to use it. How can we use it, though, is the question. If it is 14 amounts of times, I'm going to say, upon pressing the button down, plus equal a number. We're just going to have this guy here for our var, and button presses, BUTTON_PRESSES, button presses, and then we'll set it to an int equal to 0. And then here, we're gonna have a button press counter, and we'll set the button press counter every time we hold down the button. So on event action just pressed, And then what we're going to do is do scroll from direction, click on that guy. We do button presses plus equal to 1, and then print out button presses. So hopefully we take the work out of counting. When I click the button once, it should then say 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see if it does do the thing. I click on you. We then go into you here. 1, yes. 2, good. 3, good. 4, good. 5, 6, 7, 8. Did it go 8? 8. Huh. 10. There's still a lot of button presses, but we've already reached the end. So it seems to be about 10 button presses. Interesting. Huh. I wonder why that's the case. You know, maybe it's because the scroll direction does not take into the consideration of how big this container is, the panel that fills up here. So maybe, how can we count that? I thought the number was going to be 14, but it says 10. And another thing to note as well is that we're still getting the double guide too. And just to double check to see if this is the issue, I'm going to delete our Necromancer page. If it still shows up twice, we know it's not an issue of the page visibility. It's something else in the code that's doing it twice. So, do we do it twice? No. Okay. So we just need to add a thing that says, hey, if we're selected, we can definitely do that. It's not a, oh, I'm lagging. It's not a requirement. Give me 1 second here to clear my nose. Let's see, microphone here. 1 second. Has the music not been running this entire time? And it's just been me talking in silence? Oh, no! I hope not, but I just noticed that the Spotify was muted. That's no good. And believe it or not, this is how I learned too. I just talked to myself out loud and loudly in my room for hours. That is called the rubber ducky method. I learned about that like I think a year or so ago, and that's one of the reasons why I thought about streaming True No Music. What's terrifying. I can only imagine. I think I'd go stir crazy listening to myself without any background, just in a room. A rubber room. Oh boy. Let's see, and believe me, I didn't even know the lack of music. Oh, how sweet. And what is it called? The rubber ducky method. It's the idea of that programmers take either action figurine or a little ducky, they put it on their desk, and by explaining the idea to the rubber duck, you get better at learning the concepts. It's the idea of, in order to get good at learning a subject, if you can teach it, then you know you're good. So you can try when you're studying, think of it as teaching to like a 5-year-old. How would you explain this topic in simple words and tell it back and teach it? And that is a method for learning, and it is more air yapping a bad thing. I mean, when you put it that way. Oh, sweet. And ironically, that's a skill cause I struggle to do that solo. I need another player to cast the ability. Interesting. And I did read those too, I think. I think we're good to go. Yeah. Okay, lovely. Back to here. I'm wondering why it was estimated to be about 14. But if we click down, it does not go about 14. We get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 7. 7's the number. So how can we translate this into code to show that we can no longer go below this? If we've reached the one thing we could do is just have a time for what page we're on. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I just don't know if that is the granted, there's no right or wrong. There's just clean and dirty. One solution I can see right off the bat is that we just have a way to, well, no, can we do that? You know what? I take it back. It won't work. I was going to say we just do this manually. Anytime the player presses the button, we know that they're pressing a button. So just have a thing go up and down depending on the button press. But if we have this guy, well, hold on. I don't think there's ever a time when the player won't be able to, if they hold it down long enough, it goes to the bottom. Never mind, it does not. It does not go to the bottom, which means, yeah. If they hold it down, then it does not go to the bottom. So how can we do this? Either way, we do have to fix the scroll solution and we have to go back on the check mark and cancel it out. Or there's another way we can do this. Okay, this is fine. Everything is fine, okay, and dandy. And how do I do it for years? And that was embarrassing to talk to myself to like another person teaching me. Funny enough, I have used that method before learning about it, but I think since knowing that it is a method, it helped me get better at doing it. And I got automated. Oh, did you? Hold on. Let me just double check to see if there was a reason why. Oh, I see. That's why. It's one of the rules that we, yeah, it's not supposed to do. I think just double checking. Yep. I see. Yeah. We'll just say, well, I don't even know. I'd have to think about that one a little bit. But yeah, I did see it. And you could have accelerated the longer they hold the button. Ooh. Huh. What we do know, or what we need to do at the moment, is figure out a way to guarantee what happens on screen. Right now we have a step number, but I wonder if we were, for example, to set the step number to 10, if we do that instead of the 144 and we click on play, well, we know what'll happen. What I'm going to guess is going to happen is it's going to go just a little bit. If we select and go down, just a little bit, just a smidge of an amount. So what I'm thinking is the idea, looking at all of these guys, if I click onto you, what's happening behind the scenes? If I grab a flavor combo panel here, FLAVOR, flavor combo panel, flavor, PANEL panel here, flavor combo panel, we drag and drop in this guy populates everything. So what I'm wondering is, if we grab this guy, we duplicate him, and it lets me, each of these guys are separating. I did read that. And hi, Forley, look up again. And maybe add a bottom padding so that it could overshoot incorrect row. We'll see. What I do know, at least, is we can start off by grabbing the height of this guy. So whatever the height of this is, we can take that into consideration. So our flavor combo panel, whatever the sizing of this guy is what we can use. Now, the question is there a way to get that information without, and I don't know. Going into this guy, it has a guaranteed number. It's 140 by, hold on, guaranteed number. The Y is 124. We know it's 124. So is there a way to automatically get that information in the code, or are we going to have to make it? I think for now, it's okay to just set it in the code. I think we can also get it here in the page. The thing is, this entire guy is deleted until we use it. So back in our layout here, you can see 124. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our scroll container here, and we're going to do var, or const, and this is going to be panel, P-A-N-E-L, panel H-E-I-G-H-T. Height, we're going to set this to a float, and then we're going to equal it to 124, since that is the height. And then what I'm thinking is, we take this panel height, and we multiply it by 2. The hope is that, by multiplying it by 2, we would go down 2 rows, is the idea I'm thinking of doing. So we go back to our panel height here, then to our max scroll. Where do we use our max? Oh, no, scroll step amount. And then in our function ready here, we're going to set our scroll step amount. So scroll step amount, and we're going to set it equal to our panel height times 2. And with that said, let's see what now happens in the code. If I go ahead and click on play here, let's see. I do like the acceleration option, but yeah, stay away from your snacks, cats on keyboard. Stay away from them. They're not healthy for you. They'll harm your health, I assure you. And why would it let me? Oh, I see. I clicked the select button. Back into here. When I click on the step, okay, interesting. Maybe we don't go by 2 then. It's interesting that it goes an entire page scroll. So if we then just remove the panel height guy itself, how far does it take us then? And I was hungry. There's better options out there. And even the better option of eating air. That would be more preferable to your nose snacks. Let's see. Go back into here, select. We go down by 1. Ooh, okay. I think this can work. We go down by 1. Each height, well, we go up by 1 though. Up by 1, down by 1. The hope is that we get 2 of these panels. So back up here, this is the default one we have. The default setting. And if we take this guy, you know, maybe it's because we're at the very top. So we see 2 here, and these 2, it's fine that they're there. We see these 2, and then we go down. This is what I want it to look like, though a little bit modified. So I'm guessing we're going to just have to do some calculations, which won't be too bad, but I don't know if I like it. And is that the face after or during this? No, I don't want to think about the implications. What I'm going to try doing, since the idea of doing the height didn't work out, let's grab a, what's it called? let's grab a rectangle. Make a rectangle, and this will be our scroll height. I think what could be an idea to do. So what I'm thinking is, we grab another guy here, we grab a rectangle, and my guess is what we'll be able to do is, first off, we can click fill, it fills this entire scroll guy, and then we're going to set it to we can do like a red color here. We'll also lower down the opacity, so we should be able to do visibility and then lower down our modulation to lower down the opacity a little bit here so that we can see it. And then I want to just lower this guy, and I want to see if we can set the height based on this guy's height. So if we are separating them, and this is the scroll information we want, if we then call this our scroll step, or C-rect, and then we do scroll S-C-R-O-L-L step. If we then go ahead and make this unique, we go back into our scroll container. What if we were to drag and drop this into our scroll container here? So instead of using our panel height, instead, if we use our C-rect, and then we go into our layout here and do our transform and do size dot, or yeah, size Y, something like that, I think could be an option. So instead, scroll step amount equals C-rect scroll step dot, and then we do our height, I think? Or how do we do it? I forget. Size dot, this is a vector. I do know that one. Is it going to be dot X, or I do not remember. How do we access you? We do size, and then we do the vector 2. Yeah, I forget. How do you access a vector 2? Vector 2, will you tell me? Properties, float X, float Y? Then can I just get your dot Y and your dot X, I think, is the thing that can be done. We go back into you here. I think I can just do size dot Y, right? And is the problem with the last row? Because if it is, what about checking it previous time, use your scroll, still scroll, and then snap to the bottom? Fortunately, we haven't gotten to that part yet. The issue right now is everything is not reliable when it comes to scrolling. We want to make the scrolling consistent, and by making it consistent, then we can figure out the stoppings and going time. So right now, the issue isn't the last row. The issue is everything. All of the above is what we're struggling with at the moment. We'll set this guy to our scroll step amount, then go back into our book here and click on this guy here. And then what we can see is back into here, flip the page here. The hope is now when I click the scroll button, we're going to go to the next set of guys. So if I click the button here, oh, hold on, scroll is held, scroll down. Are we not selecting? Select, scroll. Something's broken. What did I do? What have I done? Is it because this guy here is taking up space? If I do, why are you angry? We delete all of our flavor controls here. We go back to our scroll step here. And then if we just make sure our mouse here set to ignore, and then we go ahead and do input, shortcut, you guys there, focus, none, behavior recursive, disabled, maybe that'll fix it. Something broke, and it's because of this rectangle. And I don't know what happened, but we'll see. We go here, select again, scroll down. No, okay. And just as a last check here, if I were to just hide you, save you, go back into here, click on now play, does that fix it, I wonder? We go back to the next scene here, we select into it, scroll down. No, okay. Scrolling's, oh, you know what? Maybe it's not scrolling because of the scroll step. That could be the reason why. It could not be a, C-rect scroll size Y. I think I get it. Go back into here. I would like you to print, if you wouldn't mind, kind sir, to print this out. I believe, if my deductions are correct, this is going to be 0. If we click on our new book here, I'm going to guess we're going to get the number of 0. If that is correct, then I did not get, yeah. Okay, that's good news then. That doesn't mean it's broken. That just means we're not getting the right value we need. That's good. Bad, but good. We know the issue a little bit more. Since we know the issue, now we just need to grab something of this sort here. Scale, size. How do we get the vector 2 of the size then? Okay, let me Google and see if I can find that out. Godot 4, get y of vector, VCPOR. I've done it before, but I just forget. I'm blanking at the moment. It says I should just be able to do the dot y, but I did the dot Y. This is C rect scroll step. That's this guy here. We get the size and this dot Y here, but we're getting 0 on the dot Y, which is what I'm not sure about. Let's just do, as a double check, if we just say print the size out, are we still going to get 0? Let's see. If I click on play here, what do we get? If I click on you there, 0, 0 as well. Huh. Are we not getting our guy then? Are we not getting our scroll step rectangle? Is that the issue here? Maybe if we set the custom minimum size or something. And getting size of a rendered object might be tricky. It depends on how render is implemented in engines. I have before gotten the position of an object during runtime. I haven't done size before and what interface they provide. That's a fair point. I think this is something Godot would implement though. It could be. If I were, for example, to do self.size, do we get something? Self.size. Click on play here in the book. What do we get then? And hi, let's welcome in. And does the color rectangle have transform.size? And oh, I can say as well, Latch is the one that helped me with this. So you could give them a big thanks for it too. And does the color rectangle have a transform.size? Oh, did I do the different thing? This guy here also doesn't give us the sizing though. And this is for our, let's see, this is for the, if I click back here, this is for the scroll container. The scroll container also isn't giving a size. But you're saying to do transform.size. Transform. No, there's no transform.size. There is not. We have the hope was that checking the size of this container here. So this, so hold on, wrong area. Right page. No, that's the right area. This guy here. Depending on this guy's size. And the position and size, depending on the implementation, might be a different step in rendering pipeline. Maybe you can try to get after render size via some query or something. We can see. I'm wondering, because this happens post-rendering. Is it, well, hold on. Maybe because it happens during ready? If we were to do, let's see. Yeah, but the ready does await first before everything's implemented. Next up, I want to see about checking if we even do have the C scroll. So if I do this here, it should print it out. We're not getting an empty query, so it should have the node should be completed. If we do this guy, oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yeah, there. Now we're good. So if I click on play there, we do that there. Yeah, we are getting the rectangle. It is getting entered, but the size, so scroll step dot, we have color, we have all of these guys here. Transform, get transform. Is that what you're talking about, Latch? And then if we click on play here and do that there, let's see, get transform, I think, nope, hold on. We have, is this X, Y, and Z? This negative 34.5. What is that? Hold on. Get transform. What does this do? It returns to returns the transform matrix of this canvas item. Returns the transform of this canvas item in global screen coordinates. Maybe this guy here will be what we need. Get this, so hold on, wrong guy. You here, good sir. If we do get screen transform and we click on play here, how does that work out? We're looking for a number anything in the 200s. That does work. We do get the 216.5. And if I double check this guy again, upon further review, I have no idea where they got that number from. 216.5 and it's 288? Huh? Okay, hold on. Godot 4. Get size of node in code. Maybe that'll help with the Googling. To get the size, the method depends on the specific node type. And it will launch Godot. My guess is about transforms because that's how you do it in C#. I see, and thank you for the help again. Let's see. If it's a sprite 2D, you get set dot size. If it is a control node, then you get the control node dot size. And note, when accessing the size of a control node immediately after installation in the ready, function value might be, I believe you were onto something, Forley. I don't know how to do it exactly. What I'm wondering is, if we just do a function here and do _test, then do that, and then do void here, it definitely, I think, is a rendering issue. If we were to do u here dot size, like this here, maybe if we grab this guy, put him in here, like there, and then we go back to here, possibly, and then we do there, and maybe there's a special function interface and engine like ready? I don't know if there is. I'm reading it saying that it might have issue in the ready function, so I definitely do think that is an issue. I don't know if I've never heard of that. I know that there is a function for process, but process runs continuously. And it seems to be the case that by putting it in a function, you know, sometimes I understand Godot, sometimes not. By putting this in a function instead of running it in ready, it fixed the issue. Okay, sure. I don't know why that is the case. Maybe it's just something on the backside of order of operation when it comes to what gets loaded. But by moving it into a function and then putting that function in ready instead of just putting those those lines into ready, it worked out. And
Chukomi just redeemed hydrate.
I don't remember. Isn't it weird? And thank you for the hydrate redeem and welcome back into stream. Hold on. Chukomi, I think it's saying it right, or maybe it's not and I just forgot, but welcome in and please correct me if I'm wrong. Tasty. Okay, with that said then, since we know that to be the case, we do function underscore and then we can say to set scroll step 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 underscore amount. And then we paste this, grab this guy in here, remove all of these guys, good to go, remove that too, don't need you anymore. Then we can go ahead and do that guy here, and then we can go and do this here and just set it here. Now, this should hopefully, fingers crossed, work. And if we go ahead and do size.y, I'm going to guess now, let's see, if we move it out of the function, or move it out of the ready and into its own function, and just speculation, it might be queued in some queue and run after rendering, but it hypothetically, depending on enqueued order, might be unstable? True. I know that there's this thing called threads, and threads are important for what gets run first versus what gets ran second. This definitely could hurt us in the foot going forward. For example, if someone's computer loads it awkwardly, then there's a 0.01% chance that it breaks, but we'll see. We can certainly see. The thing is, and an issue I've run into when I started out programming especially, is I tried to make everything perfect the first time, so I spent too much time trying to perfect something and not enough time making. So I tried my best to get rid of that bad habit by instead only fixing it if it breaks. Less future-proofing. Future-proofing is important.
The underscore white chapel just redeemed stream.
Let me just do that. No, that guy there, and then that. Oh, nope. I don't even know where that. Oh, I see. There we are, and welcome to Stream Chapel. Welcome in. And thank you for the redeem. We surely can. And so there can be many threads in a process, but a process can run. Okay, that is out of my knowledge. Threads in process, but a process can run on many threads in process, but process can be run on many threads. Or there can be many processes running on the same thread. Oh no! Stretching time! I know! Is this Guess Who? Welcome in! Let me go ahead. We'll do some back stretches. Let's start off by going to the right here and exits first. Good leader. Yeah, exists first. There we are. Right here. Then we'll go to the left here. And that definitely, doing it by making it dirty, making it quick, and we'll go back a little bit here. Doing it fat instead has definitely helped me speed up production. And then front here, well, I do enjoy refactoring and I do like optimization. And the unfortunate part is that a hardware thread and an OS thread are both called threads, but are not the same at all. Oh man, let's go deep. And how are y'all, or how's y'all? Lovely. I'm doing lovely, and I hope everyone's doing lovely as well. It's always a fun day to get to program the game, and I'm hoping to get a lot of progress done. And processes can't be run on many threads. Process is a bigger concept than threads as far as I know. Threads share a memory of process. Yep. The thing is, and what I've realized is that whenever I need the thing, then I do the research into it. For example, I do want to have shaders in the game, but if I start researching the shaders, then I'll never stop on the researching, and you're going to break her. Can't you see the smoke? So I've come to the realization of, unless the information is needed, it's good to know about it. Have it, see it as a thing, but let it pass over, wash over until I need to get into the nitty gritty. I've known to be a good learning method. We were supposed to be going to here in the game here, and thank you for the follow. Hold on, Nepalov, possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in, and thank you for the follow. And Aerith can handle simple concepts on a good day. Yeah. Eventually all will be known, but for now, much is hidden. So now if we go down, I take it back. Let's go back to the code here. What are we seeing? Let's go to the U here. Hold on. Now why are you angry? We need to do a print of the size. And what do we get for the size? Just double checking again. Is this the part where it broke and then fixed itself and then broke? And let's see. Click on play now. Wrong guy to play. Hold your horses. Click on you here. Click on you here. And when I read this, it feels like a recursive function call. I see. I do know about recursion. That I do know. If we click into that, go there, we get 0, 0 again. Huh. But if we do it, it's broken again. And this could be what Forley was talking about. And sorry, mate, no worries at all. I do like learning new things. The issue is just, when it's a lot of new things, it's gotta be one thing at a time. When it's a lot of different things. I start getting into the processing of the errors of my processing. There we are. Let's see. You here? Huh. So, something is interesting. Maybe not even interesting. Something that is sad. Update scroll limit. Set scroll amount. Set scroll step amount. We moved it out for a second, and it worked. We then moved it back in, and now it is broken. So, huh. If I then were to just curiously grab you guy there, and now click on play here, what do we see? We see zeros all across the board. So we're back to ground 0. Huh. Okay. This is all right and okay to go. My guess is, or my attempt is then, we have awake a tree, update scroll limits. Now this guy isn't working anymore. How can we fix that? On unhandled input, yeah. Set a function to run after ready. Let me see if there's a way to do that. Godot 4, set a function to run after ready. Ready, let's see. What do you do here? In Godot, you can use a function after the ready. Functions of all nodes have completed using call deferred. Oh wait, I see. The simplest and most common method is to do call deferred and then the function name. Ah, I have used call deferred before. Bobby, no! How could you? I didn't even get to press the button. I thought I'd have more time. Okay, well, we take our magnetory break then. We did back stretches already, so let's start doing some neck stretches. The help of doing these magnetory breaks is... Oh, I can also show the thing that was linked earlier. Let's go to the left a little bit here. The hope is that we can get into the habit of making sure to stretch while we're on the computer. For if we want to be programmers for a very long time, we need to make sure our body allows us to do the thing. Let's then go to the right here a little bit. And then let's go to the front a little bit here. Bob, you should eat no snacks with me. I don't even know if Bobby has a nose. Would octopi have a nose? I'm not too sure about that one. And then we go back here a little bit. I know he has a beak, but a nose? We can then turn here. You can hold this for about a minute or so. It's recommended. Make sure you're going slowly as well. And if something does break, I'm not to be held liable. Please talk to a doctor or lawyer, but not me. We go down then about a little bit here and there. And then no snacks. Oh boy. At this point, I definitely think a few people here are addicted. And they don't have noses. We then go to the left here a little bit. And then we go down here a little bit. Those are always nice. I think my favorites are youngers. No! How could you? At least he can't put it in his mouth. There is no mouth opening one. And I can shave my nose next to no! You stay away from him. Terrible influences, they say. Terrible. Let me grab some water here. Oh boy. Water is all good to go then. Okay, so thinking about this while we're on the ad break, I definitely think it's possible to get done all 4 of these sections. My worry, or at least a small worry, is that the options menu is going to be a harder challenge than I thought. On one hand, I like the method of eat the frog first in the sense of doing the hardest task first, but there's also a method of doing the easiest task first and working your way up to doing the hardest one. It depends on the person, and what I found is, depending on the task, I find one method to work better than the other. For this one, I thought these would be the hardest ones to do first and then adding the options, but you could argue that doing the easiest ones and getting them out of the way. As, for example, maybe I realize I can't complete 50% of the book by tonight. Do I think I could do the options menu rework in 2 hours? I don't think so. I'm going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm going to bet that it will probably take me a day compared to the other pages that have taken me a few days, but I would need time. And, actually, no. And Twitch actually showed me ads this time, so Ayers can't get mad at me. No! Well, you're back now, so welcome back. It's strongly typed. Don't do it. I see it. I don't know which one you redeemed, but I see you did something. Don't join those. It's not worth it. Oh, okay. You know what? That's a cute one. That's a lovely use of the redeems. That gets a pass. Oh boy. Oh boy. With that said, we were here. We wanted to see why this guy, and it was recommended to do call deferred. Wobble. Let's see if doing call deferred. So it would be, let's see. I haven't used call deferred in a second. Call underscore DEFFERED. Call deferred. And then I think you do the function in brackets, if I'm not mistaken, as a string like this. No, you do something else. Hold on. And, bad, wrong redeem. Oh boy. Let's see. Call deferred. Am I not using the name correctly? Hold on. Let's see. Call deferred here. Oh. DEFFERED. DEFE. Oh. That just doesn't feel right. CALLDEFFERED. Deferred. DEFFERED. I see. You learned something new. Whale. I think that's a whale at least. Let's see. With that said, now let's click on play here and see. Does adding the call deferred do anything? If we use that guy, no, it does not. Okay, I guess then, what's another thing we can do? If this doesn't work, it's definitely something to do with the await. We had it work initially, and then it didn't want to. So my wondering is, maybe if we do an @export var, that might work better. If we were to, instead of grabbing it here, if we instead do an @export var, and we do scroll step rectangle, RECTANGLE, and then we set it to a color rectangle. I'm wondering if we do it this way, and then we grab you here for our scroll container. We drag and, oh no, we need to save it first. That's why it's angry. We can just, yeah, you are going to be this guy here, and then we'll just paste you into here and here and here and here. Now, if we save it, this guy should pop up. And if we drag and drop it from this way, I do know the game tends to, or the engine tends to handle it a little bit differently sometimes. So if we do export var instead, we still get 0. Okay, that fix did not fix. So let's see. Run after ready. Call deferred, run after ready. Code here runs after all ready functions have been completed. Yeah, children first, then parent. So why is it not working? We even have a wait get tree process frame here too. Maybe wait for the entire tree to be ready. Maybe if we do get tree, get root dot ready, maybe get underscore root. Nope, that's not a thing. It might have been old code then. All right, you keep the process frame then. Okay, something's off. There's a way to fix this. I just don't have the skills to do it yet. Godot 4 can't get size of node, NOD, node in code. Let's see. Godot 4 can't get size in node of code. Try to access the size before it. It's an error because we're trying to. I never know how to say the word. Access access. That one just sounds British. We have get tree process frame, and then we have var size, and then print size, use size here. Okay, it's recommending how we set it up is we do var, and then you would do just staying here, test, and then if you do this here, and then you paste this here, so test equals, we won't even add the thing yet, and then we print the test, print test. Does that work? Instead, and then we click play here, what do we get? Do we still get 0? We get 0. Okay. So not all nodes have a size property. Yeah, all of those things there. I guess what we can see is if this isn't still working, we do have an option to go. Wait, I don't even know. Maybe you would call it a nuclear option. I have another idea. And the fun part about programming, that is something I do enjoy, is that you can, there's always ideas to be had. There's always different ways to do something. There is usually an optimized way to do it, but that doesn't mean you have to do it. You could do crazy things with your programming and make it as unoptimized as possible, and you have the power. I do enjoy that. What I'm thinking is, since we're having problems, maybe what we could do is just make a script here, and then we have a script that does get size. I don't know anymore. I will try this and we'll see what we can do. This is a guess at something else that can work. If we have a function that does get size, if that doesn't work, that's okay as well. There's other ways we can do things. Let's see. Get ready doesn't return. Use await.getTree.process frame. We do that as well. And don't fret, it might be a quick, quite a difficult stuff, I suppose. Maybe because I don't know what it is. But once I realize, it's gonna be like, oh, why did I think of that? And if my code doesn't have at least 30 if statements, I don't want it. I see. You know, that reminds me of a certain something. That type of, if that amount of if statements fills me with determination. Let's see here. How to get size and getting the size of a child node. Getting the size at ready, get size at ready. Okay. Yeah, I want to save this option of adding a script for our last option Z. I don't think we have to go there yet. I still believe there is hope. What I'm wondering is, maybe we can have a bool happen of some sorts where we can say a var, and then we can say size has been set. We make it a bool, equal it to false, and then we set it to true on our process. So I do Control K here, and then we set it to if not, we do that there, then we set this to true, and then we can go ahead and do this guy here. I'm wondering if that will work, though we'll see. We do that guy there, and let's just see if we do that and then do this guy. Does this work then? And why are you angry? Indent. Ah, there you go. Okay, let's see if that works. And then I click play here. Wrong page, and every if statement increases the FPS by 10%. It's a fact. And what if we call await process frame and set scroll step amount? Sure can do. We do await get tree process frame here, you mean? And then we paste it here. We could remove this option for now. I'll keep it in the back burner, but I will certainly try your suggestion. So we click play now in our book here, click on play, and we get, let's see here, we get 0 still, unfortunately. But it was a good try. I thought it was going to work. I had hoped that maybe this would be the cleanest solution, but unfortunately Godot said, nah, not today. You're gonna have to work for it. If we set it in process, then does it want to grab that information that we have? Let's see. It does not either. Okay. In that case, 2 options. We can try the script option and see about that guy. I want to try one more thing too. One more time of trying to just drag and drop this guy and see if he does do the thing. So if I just drag and drop this guy again, we just move this guy to here, set that guy to there. Check about this too. Save it here. Do the play on here. And what's the word I'm looking for? Crazy enough, I didn't even think this would be the hardest part of the... I did not think this would be the part we get stuck on. This is quite surprising. Scroll, step, rectangle, and ready here. Hot print, and then printing the size because it's 0, 0. Printing the size, yeah. Okay. In that case, let's see. I don't want to do the why am I unable to get window size information in my script? Hold on. we might have an old post here. And what if to shoot a signal after running an object of what you want to get the size from? Signals, we could do a signal. A signal's not out of the question. It is an option, though, we can definitely have it on the board. There's many things you can put on the board here, which I do enjoy. If we go into here, I can show you what I've been Googling here and there. If I bring you into, let's see, this guy here and this guy here. Click you here. This is, it's also bright. I don't know if I can, look at that. Now you're not being blinded. And we'll also enable the chat here, so it's visible again. We'll zoom into here. Let's see. I'm a bit new, so sorry if dumb question. I have been trying to follow along with some tutorials. At the top, I begin by trying to get the size. When I encode, however, we get a null value. That is not the problem we're running into. We're running into the value exists, it's just set to 0. How come I am able to get Windows function size and texture? And then we have here, trying to initialize properties before they notice added to the scene. Either try on ready, or initialize properties and ready callback. I've never seen this before. Okay, let's see about that. If we go into our programming here, I get forms, my beloved. Usually I find the answer on either Reddit or, hi, Colin, welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and thank you for the raid as well. I fixed it. I don't think you fixed their issue, but I do appreciate your attempts. Welcome in all. Let me make sure I do a shout out here, /shout out. Con is at a bit of a predicament here. Shout out at Con. Does that work? I believe it should. Lovely, and thank you for the follow, the yuck. I am currently working on a rhythm typing cafe game. I know Con is working on a rhythm game as well, which I am looking forward to. If I go ahead and click, hold on, if I just remove these guys, let me show you what the game currently looks like. That doesn't even sound like words. Let me show you what the game currently looks like. There we are. And I go ahead and enable the music here. I should be able to do this guy here. Hold on, if I hide you. I then enable this guy here. We then use that button, enable the music. There, oh, hold on, music, are you enabled? Music, enabled, disabled. Where'd the music go? Okay, things are fine. Something's breaking, and I don't know why. I question things, but the questions then lead to other things. So thanks for the shout out. Thank you for the raid, because I hit it stream, I see. And I just shouted you out instead of raiding, so it's offline raid. I see. The music's working. Let me then now stop my music. Click on that there. There we go. Should be good to go. You should now be able to hear the game. If I click into levels, let me explain the game, and then I'll explain what we are struggling with at the moment to do. If I click in here, you'll say that you're playing as this little witch here. Her name is Gabriella. She is a necromancer. If I move around the arrow keys, a customer will spawn in. This is a cafe game, so you have to take up orders of customers who order things, but the fun comes into play in the rhythm typing aspect, in the sense of each user represents a different flavor, a different song, different fusions of things you'll be able to unlock more. For example here, I'm a necromancer, her color is purple, and her flavor is bitter. And of course, nice rhythm game, bro. Thank you. Answer like, yeah, answers are so fun. Once the customer here has their order ready, we go ahead and take it. And if I hold down space, what you'll be able to see are the colors I was talking about. In this case, the customer wants a sweet bitter cake, and they have a little timer attached to them. So if I go up here, we go and grab our flavors right here. We then grab this guy that should have its name, but it does not, and that's okay. We then grab our cake here. If we then hold down Q, we'll be able to start the minigame. So if I hold this guy down, what you'll see is, oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. You know, this always happens during a raid. Oh boy. What I can show you then, since the game does not allow me to show you, I can say, and let's see if I can at least do this. The tutorial screen, let's see, tutorial screen, spellcasting tutorial. Yeah, can I do that? Okay, I can show you this, the concept of the idea. I see that. Imagine having successful demos. I could never. Oh my. Click on, let's see, hide this page, show this page. Let's see, hide. Okay. The idea is that you press the letters when they get here, you type them on the beat. If I then hide this guy, show this guy, when that meter fills up, you fail the game. And if I hide you here, show you here, hold on, there we go. When that fills up, you have completed the spell casting. Here you go as well. If I just do exclamation Necrotypa, It does not guarantee to work, but you can also try the prototype out. You'll probably get a better idea of it, as right now we are messing around in the game. And what we're messing around with at the moment, why we're having a few issues. You know what? Hold on, I know what the issue is. I know why it broke. It's because we broke the tutorial. That's the issue. I realized. Okay, hold on. Redo here. And I was working in Overwatch today, added a couple of floating islands. Oh, they're floating islands? Oh, I have to check back into your stream then. I have not heard that news. That's fun. I do like magical elements, and the idea that yours is also magical is so fun. I can click into here, and now, let's see. I believe it broke because the tutorial was broken. If a customer comes in, the customer then reads their book, orders, thinks about what they want. They want a sweet, sweet cookie. Now let us go up here. Grab our flavor of sweet. Grab our flavor of sweet. And also, grab a cookie. And then we were to hold down Q. We should hopefully... Okay, so far good. Okay, T-H-E, Y space W, E, R, and then E space S, O's, and then H, A, and D, and then let's see, S, and then we have O-M-E space F, okay, and then O-R space T-H, okay, and then we have E space F, I-R-S, T space T, I-M-E, comma space S, O-C-K, S, and then a little period. Hold on, yeah, little period, and period. There we are. Ignore the cookie. Once you have the food, you then serve it to the customer eats, they go on their merry way. And is that a spider hanging from the hat? I really like the detail. I did not notice before. It is indeed. It's her little familiar. You can see it a little bit here better. We have not figured out a name for the familiar, but that is a great gameplay. Thanks. With that said, you might have noticed, if I click back into here, when I open up this book, the look of the book. Right now, everything's in prototype. So what we've been doing recently is we've been trying to update this book. Right now, one part of the book is complete. If I bring you into here, what you can't see is, this is the new UI of the book. We're slowly updating it. Now, what you can see is, each table has a different flower attached to it so that you can know in the UI where the order is. And if I spawn in a customer, what you should be able to see is now they have a little bit of a different order menu. Once they think about what they want, they wave their little hand around, give them a second, they gotta think, and look at that. New icons. That is the current thing, but right now we're struggling to get the size of a container. And I did read those so lovely, and I did read those too. Good. All right, that should bring you up to date, and I certainly will have to check out a StringCon. I often lurk, but I gotta get more engaged. And can we add notes? No, we cannot. We will not. That will not be a thing we add. I'll go ahead and remove you back to here. And we were having an issue at the moment that this guy here, we wanted to get the size of this node in code. And the issue is, it will not give us a size of the node in the code. It just gives us 0, 0. That was the issue we were running into at the moment. So we tried await get tree, process frame, putting it in a function, call deferred. None of those have been working. And that's the current dilemma. And we ran into a post on the Godot forums where it suggested that we can get it in the on ready. So what I wonder is if we were to do, and let me double check this as well. Is it at onReady var? Ooh, I don't think I've ever done that before. Hold on. At onReady var, if we then say that this is a vector 2, so vector 2, we then say scroll step rectangle, and then we go to our this guy here. We then set this guy here and do dot size, and then we were to do is previously, oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. Yep, but then we break everything else. Okay, what's breaking here? Hold your horses. It's okay. Everything will be fine. You'll live through it. You just have to close your eyes for a moment. And I do read that, and I can give you a playtest key as well if you want to check out the newest build. Something to give you. Yes, indeed, if you wouldn't mind at all, Con. I know, working out the calibration specifically, you figured out how to do it. So it's nice to see the game project come along, and I would most certainly would like to take a look at it. Yes, indeed. Thank you as well for wanting to do as much. I look forward to it. Let's see here. We have you here, and I want to print this guy here. Remove that there. And Rhythm Gang, yeah. It's hard to make it, but boy, is it fun once you can get the controls working. And could not, could not, Oh, okay, hold on. Go back to here. Do a little bit of this. We need to change the name to something else if we go ahead and make this, T. Yeah. Okay, and then we go back up here, and on our ready, print now this guy here, remove all of these guys, and now we do Control K here, save it, run the book. Does setting it in our on ready fix the issue we were having? The answer to that, the survey says, no, it does not, which means we are back to ground one. We have 3 prints here. Interesting. Okay, I wonder why that is the case then. The scroll size here, yeah, we print that and that gets printed here. I wonder then, if I were to, just curiously enough, try to set this guy again, and we were to do, and how can I send the link? Via Discord? Yep, that would work best. You can do it in the, I'm not sure if any of the moderators are here. I know Eska's usually lurking. You can send it in the stream discussion area would be the best way to send it. And let's see here, set scroll amount, print scroll rectangle T there. If we were then to just grab this guy here, set you to scroll step rectangle dot size, and then we do you here, and then we copy you here, and I'm looking at, I see, Eska. If your name, Forley, is the same, would you mind seeing if you can add Forley to the stream discussion then, Eska? And we'll do set that there, equal to that there, and then we can go ahead and try printing again. We click play on here. And just heard my name though. What was the question? Forley wanted to link something. I said the best way to do it was via the Discord, and I was asking if you could add them in the Discord if that is their name on Discord as well. And give me 1 second. My nose. There we are. We're all good to go. And we are just appreciating you doing good work. Good, true as well, indeed. And I did read that as well. Good. Okay. I was saying how the size of the guy, and you know what? At this point as well, is we've gone on a different side quest. So I'm just gonna put on here goal, get container contin, get container size. Let's just update that so that we're all on the same page. That this is now the main quest. It no longer is something optional to do. This is important to the entirety of the code. Oddly, so what I'm wondering is, okay, that idea didn't work, and that's good to go. With that said, we have the function ready. Get all of those guys there. That also doesn't work, and we also know that it doesn't work with the ready callback. What is another option available to us for us to use that we possibly haven't tried yet? If I go here back to our Google, how to get the actual size of a current on-screen control node, we have the top answer here, which says, for I'm going to apply a realized problem occurred when I was calling for it in ready. I thought if I checked with breakpoints and VS Code, but turns out looking at the wrong code's node the whole time. Thank you for that. And we have the solution. Yes, where's the solution? During ready, the size of the control node is not accessible yet. Yeah, but what does that mean? I see process, and in process, get that. Okay, this is the suggestion. So I'm going to copy that guy, and I'll paste it into there. And hi, Iradev. Welcome into stream. I feel like I've seen that name before. Give me 1 second to double check. I have not. I see. Well, welcome in. That name sounds oh so familiar. Welcome in. And in the stream discussion chat. Yep. That is the right one. Let's see here. And it's because whenever there's a raid, the game has a lot more eyes on it. It's just a little too shy. I agree. It's the curse of raids, or game development raids specifically. It happens every time without a doubt. I don't think I've ever seen them go off without a hitch. Let's see. We have this suggestion for code where we do it in the, in the process? But that guy looks like it's going to just print the process over and over again. But you know what? Let's try it. If I just were to, yeah, we're gonna remove you. And I know you're gonna be angry, Godot, but at this point, it sounds more like a you problem than a me problem. And I'm starting to wonder if, if our differences are too much. If I were to go ahead and just have you print your size from here, no holds. You can go ahead and just print that dot size. You're going to spam. I know you are, and I know you're going to cough a little bit because it's going to be intensive, but I believe in you. We get, and I enable this guy here to see, never in our process does it acknowledge that it has a size. Interesting. So we can say with confidence that it is not a ready problem. That is something we can note down. This little guy here just decided it wants to, I don't even know what it wants to do. It's doing something. Let's try again. Okay, at export var paid, and then we're going to do a color rectangle here, color rectangle, and then we're going to save you, and oh, that's, I see, at export. There we go. And then we'll go back to our page here, make sure we save. And, oh, not on our page, our scroll container here. And if we drag you, and if you're gonna export var instead, and then we copy pane here, and then we take you to here in our process function, and we do pane.size. Does that at all change it? I know there's a difference between at export and at onReady, but it's odd that it doesn't want to change. And something like there, another one though, sure thing. Give me 1 second. I just want to see if this works. But if not, we can certainly see the link. So let's see. With that said, and when it's set that way, still no work. Okay, that's all right. Let's take a look at what forwardly sent. If I go into our stream discussion here, we see bit rectangle, and could this be one be of help? We can certainly take a look. I'll go and close this guy here. I should be able to paste the link into here, go to here. Then I can bring you into our browser here. We have, you can use a center container and a parent for VBox, and it's always centered. To access the size property of control node, use rectangle size. However, or hovering over a property in the inspector will give you the proper method. Aha, okay. So is it rectangle size maybe? We can see if that's an option. I'll bring you back into, the issue was, at one point it was working. And then I ran the code again and it stopped working. And I don't know what changed before and after. I just might have to look into it. But if we do rectangle, get rect dot size, maybe that'll work. If we click on play now here, what do we get? We get nothing, unfortunately. And no, the yield code, I see. Hold on, let me check here. The yield code, oh, I see. Yield until the next frame. And then, got ya. Hold on. Copy you here and move that to there. And thanks, it was great in the lurking mode. And so you're saying now, in this guy here, yield, idle frame, and that one. The thing is, I know for certain our yield, or these functions you want to use sparingly, because it freezes the entire game. But if we're using it only at the beginning, then I don't think it's too bad to do. And I'm wondering as well, yield is no longer a thing. Await get tree. I'm going to guess it's going to be something like this here. And then we do this here, get tree dot idle frames maybe? Hold on. Idle frames, does that work? Nope. We need to do get tree. Okay, it's an old thing. Maybe we can update it by grabbing it. So let's see. Get tree idle frames, Godot 4. Copy that guy there, and let me see if there is one. And talking about lurking, I'm just straight after my stream. I'll go grab some food, but we'll stay around listening. Thank you, Con. And again, congratulations on getting your game so far as much as it has. And I hope you have a lovely time relaxing, and just because, you know, it does definitely take a lot to stream. So have a lovely one. Thank you again for both the raid and your time. And next time I raid, without going offline first, I'll have to see how that works, as I don't think I've ever run into that issue before, but I will definitely see if there are the workaround or something like that. Let's see. It's now, oh, okay. Apparently Godot 4, this is the await yield idle frame is what we're using now. It's to get the process frame. They're the same thing now. And our ready function already does the await idea here. So we are using the yield function already. That's what's happening here. That the yield function is now this in Godot 4 from Godot 3. So it is doing that already. And I wonder, no, we don't want to put await in our process. I take it back. Not a good idea to do. I wonder, let's see. And not, yeah, unfortunately, let's see. And I wonder as well, if we do that there, and we remove the process guy again, and actually hold on, just in case we need that code later, I'm gonna remove you here, do a Control K here, and then we save you here, click on you play here. We get, let's see, we get the amount of still 0. It makes me wonder, has it not been created yet? Is that the issue? Or why would it say 0? Maybe okay, last idea here. We are going to get the size. Since, yep, okay. I have one idea left. And should this idea not work, we'll move on to another thing and then come back a little bit later to see if we can figure it out. And the idea is we are going to make this, we're going to attach a script to it. We're going to call it our, we're going to instead rename you to be a crect for sizing container, a container, and function size at the hack void. Yeah, that's what it feels like at this point. From there, I'm going to attach a script like so. And then I'm going to have a function for function underscore ready. And I'm just curious to see print, and I want it to print its size. Print the size, save that there, hide. Oh, wait stuff, show. And if we add that as a wait function, go back into our scroll container here, just to make sure we're not missing anything. I'm going to remove you here, set all of those guys there. And now if we click on play in our book, do we get something different? And one guy proposed to do something like this, so that is hiding away and showing to update size, I suppose? We'll see. No, hold on, scroll step. Oh yeah, your name did change, didn't it? Hold on, let's see. You there, you are no longer, you're now this guy here. Yeah, and you are vector 2, yeah, scroll step rectangle. Did we remove you? I think we did. We can remove that there, possibly, and then that's that guy. We can also remove you here and you here. Are you good to go now? Save that guy, close it, reopen it. What do we get? Let's see. We get, we have you. Okay, the size of an object on base null. Yep, I understand that one as well. Hold on. We'll also remove that guy there. And we'll also remove pane too, hopefully. We'll see if it comes back. And then we'll go ahead and remove you. Do Control K here, set you to pass, and set you to delete. Let's see what works, or if it works. We'll then close you here, start you up again. If we run the function to print out the sizing, we still get 0 during runtime. And now, I wonder if we were to get the sizing as a function in our panel, would that work? And that's to say, if we go back into here, we have a function for get size, get underscore size, and then we return a, we return a vector 2, and then we return size. Something that get size overrides a method from a native class control. This won't be called, but the engine, that's already a function apparently. Hold on. Let's get size then. If we go back into our scroll container here, if we grab our sizing here, our container here, and we do you here, we go back into our ready here, and we do print, and then we do this, dot, get size. It says it's a thing. Get minimum size? What does that mean? Interesting. Okay. Get updated size is what we'll call it then, just to make sure it doesn't get angry at us. So get, and then we do get updated updated, updated size. Save that guy there. That's a double underscore. Copy you there, copy you here. Back into our scroll container here. What I want to do is do this guy here and that guy there. And what we get is, if we click on new book again, what do we have? Let's see. We have and main size. A min size might not be used in render pipeline. What the smallest thing it might be. We could try that. The thing is, the minimum size isn't set at the moment. If we click on here, for example, we can see that there isn't a minimum size. And my worry is that setting the minimum size, if we do want to make it bigger, it wouldn't be a good idea to rely on the minimum size. Then again, this might be trying to feature-proof in the sense of, if we're always updating this guy, do we set it to be the minimum size? So for example, if this guy, if we want it bigger, then we're going to have to change the minimum size. That'll be dependent. But I guess if we enhance the minimum size from here, then it won't matter. Let's say if I copy your value, and then I paste your value here, if we always update the minimum size, then that might work out, because if we just remember to do it there, we go back into the script here, go back into you here, minimum size. So if we print you there, dot, and then you dot minimum size, get minimum size, and we click on play, and we do this guy here, and then this guy here, we get the answer of, let's see. I see. I don't see. Give me 1 second, my nose. If I click on that guy there. super duper odd. I just don't want to double check. If I close this guy, start this guy again, are we still getting the same exact results? We are. Huh, and she's eating no snacks? No, I am not. Nope, that's the opposite. No consumption is being done. I am blowing my nose. That's very different, the opposite even. If we go back into here, updated size. Okay, so just to double check, if I remove you and you, where are we printing at? If I pass, click on play here, where are we printing at? Just double checking there. Let's find out where it's being done. Okay. And then if we print your updated size here and we click on play here, what do we get? We get a double print. Huh. Why do we get a double print though for get up? Oh, I see. Print you and then we get the updated size. And this guy here, hold on. Your updated size. Maybe that's it. It had to do with the minimum size. I don't know why it had to do with the minimum size. And have you tried if bugs less than 0 or greater than 0 bugs that clear? If only it were that simple. That is interesting. The issue might be then, because there was no minimum size, it didn't do anything. Now that we have a minimum size, it wants to work. So if I'm understanding this correctly, we can go ahead and detach our script. We can grab the script and delete it. So see rectangle or sizing container. Remove the script. We don't need you anymore. Remove you. Go back to our scroll container. And what I'm going to guess is now, because there is a minimum size, it's going to be more reliable. So what we can say is in our function ready, because the minimum size is set, all we do now is just do dot size and it'll work because the sizing is now a thing because of the minimum. If I click play, and could it be that sub notes were like 0, 0? I believe that has to do with position, not size. Though setting the minimum size did seem to fix it. With the minimum size set, it's good to go. Interesting. Okay, you know what? Sure. I know by now, sometimes questions are not a good thing. So now we have this working. Now that it is functional, we can hopefully remove all of this here, remove that guy there, set it to enter here, remove these guys here, do you here, Control K. We can then set the size here, and this scroll container is now going to be sizing container, you here, and then we set the Y. And now we click play on our book and let's see what we get. Now we get, we have the sizing. So it does work in that regard. We'll then grab you here, and then here. And now if we click play, go into this area here, hopefully when we click the button, because the numbers are set. And the funniest stuff, I meant one thing and you somehow made it work from what I haven't meant. Hope it works and not just faking words. Well, we're getting values now. The issue was we were getting 0, and that's why it wasn't listening to us. Now that we have numbers appearing, I'm going to guess it does work. Oh, that's so nice to see. Lovely. So my question then is, now we have to set it up so that the 2 nodes are at the next position. So now I wonder, we have 2, 9, and this is the container sizing too, the 2, 9, 8. Yeah, 2, 9, 8. This guy here, when we set it to the next scroll, we get lots of these guys. So I question now, if we go ahead, go back to this here, we go ahead and add, oh, you know what? Before I forget as well, let's commit this and save it. Scroll or container, C-O-N-T-I-N, container sizing, S-I-Z-I-N-G, S-I-Z-I-N-G, working. There we are. Just to make sure we save our progress. Oh boy. Okay. And then I should be able to close you. And from here, I want to add more of our, let's see, scroller. No. We're looking for our panels, our flavor combo panels. And I want to see about making it maybe a different size. So if I just add you here, the hope was that we would get this area. But now hopefully what we can do is if I make this smaller, we can't do it here. We'd have to do it here to change the sizing. If I'm not mistaken, hold on, reset the size and change the sizing here. That's the issue. Maybe we can set it in code, I don't know. If we set the minimum sizing to, for example, 100 here, we would then have to reset the size here. And then the 100 would be taken out. Or we would set the size here. The minimum size would then have to be taken. That's what I'm not too sure about. But you know what? It's working and it's functional now, so I won't complain too much. What if we go ahead and try setting it to be the 100 value? Reset this guy, and we make it... Well, hold on. we do, okay, we'll just copy and paste it. If I set it to here, and then we reset the sizing, oh, hold on. We do there and there, and I just copy this guy, paste this guy over here, save view. What sizing does this give us? If I click on play now, we get, go to next page, enter in this page, go down one. It still goes down by quite a lot. Okay, let's then try setting this step to be less than this. So if we go back into here, we instead go for the sizing of something. If I reset the minimum size here, we reset the size. We were to do about here, save it. I can then copy the values and paste the values here, save back into book here, click on play. Let's see what this gives us instead. And we get, we have you, and go down by one. I think that works, right? It goes to the 2. Granted, I'm not sure the spacing. We're probably going to have to make the spacing a little less, but all in all, it definitely seems to now go by the 2. The 2 go up, but notice, as we go along, the top of the box, it changes, it gets bigger. So we start off with it smaller here for the very top one, and then it gets a little bit bigger, and then it gets a little bit bigger. And my guess is now it's going to be even bigger as we go to this one here, and then immediately it goes off. That's why we've been having issues with making it centered and going by the different sections. So it makes me wonder if there's a way to set the positions or something, because even if we have a certain number set, it never wants to, or it is going by those steps, but the steps change, or they don't change, but the position of them changes. I thought by changing the direction or the sizing of the box itself would help, but it does not. So I wonder, And what I'm learning is I'm not looking forward to working on my UI. Yeah. Well, it depends on what you want to do with your UI. That's the thing. Some things are easier than others. I haven't worked on a scroll guy before, so it's definitely a learning pain, a growing pain. I'm wondering if there is a way to modify this or do something of the sorts to make sure that the 3 always stay on board or something like that. Okay, maybe, possibly, what we could do is just as a suggestion here. Now, granted, I don't think it'll work because it's a scroll container, but let me tell you my idea that is probably not a good idea, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. Imagine a world where, what if we were to have our scroll container, right? Maybe it's not a scroll container, but imagine the container. And then we have an area here, so a separator, a spacer here, and then a spacer here. And we would have these spacers in between, the nodes themselves. And then you'd have all of the nodes in the center here. And you would flip between the next spacer's position. And so you would go from this area of 1, 2, hold on, let me, before I copy that, copy this guy here, paste you here. You would then, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, it would then become 5, 6, 7, 8. Every time you press the down or the S key, every time the button's pressed, it goes to the next section. Maybe that could work, and then maybe that would help us with the spacing idea. Since each of these would have to be consistent, we know we're going to have a total of 10 guys going forward. So maybe after each 10, we add that spacer, and then we can say determining, depending on the amount, and why not just add spacers around the scroll container in a horizontal stack? I don't know if you can do that. The thing is, we're dynamically adding all our panels at runtime. I definitely think that's what I'm thinking right now, is that we'll have to do that at the moment because we don't have them all set in our guy. So if we, for example, go back to here, when we are in here, what we have is this. This is how it works. This is empty until we press the game, we press start on the game, and then it fills it up. So it's just not the why not just add spacers. That's a little tricky to do because how it works is everything's not preset. It's only set once the code runs, but it's not reliable on what we'll get. They're all now set, all 45 have been added. What I'm thinking is we have some sort of spacer in between. The issue is just going to be how to add those, and what I'm hoping is adding the spacers will be more consistent, and then we can go from there with choosing the height of those guys and then the spacer itself. That could possibly work, is what I'm guessing might be an idea. If I bring you back into our concepts here, yeah, I think that could be a good idea. We start off with the first spacer position, and then we create the spacers depending on it, and these spacers will act as the position that it should be on every time you press the button, and eventually you'll get to the 10. So depending on, well, the good news is, well, no, never mind. Eventually you'll get to the 10, I say, but there's many. This is just a for example idea, but there's 45 in total. So it's 45 times 6, or 45 divided by 6. 6 times 6 is 36. 5 times something is 45. I think it's 5 times 9. So around that number, 5 times 9, 6 times 10 is 60. So 6 times 9 is 54. Yeah, and then 54 minus 6 again is going to be 48. So about 8 pages, I think, is what we're going to need. If I did the quick maths correctly, it would be a total of 8 sections, and that's going to be 3 by 6 each time you do it. 6 times 8, I think, is 48. And you do you, just thinking that it shouldn't be problematic because if it just restricts max size. And also, would you plan to scroll animations to incorporate this dynamic spacers? I don't know yet. That's the thing. I've never done this before, so I'm slowly learning as I go, which is a small issue, but that's the point of this game, is that it's supposed to be an introduction of new things, and whether or not I understand them too fast, we'll see. With that said, so if we know we're going to need these 6 guys, the scroll guide and the scroll containers, let's check those guys again. The good news is as well that with the spacer idea, it would also allow us, these spacers, to have that idea I had before of having the faded effect. And what it would mean is, should there be extra space, you would see the faded effect on the spacer, or the faded effect on the spacer here. You could also, as an option, if you don't want to do the faded effect, we could also have the arrow keys go up and down instead. So either the faded bits here and here, or we could also have the arrow keys go up and down to show. So there's a few things we could do to show that you could scroll. There's also the idea of a scroll bar, though that might not be too obvious. I think the scroll wheel or the scroll bar option is our best bet. But the question then is how to set it up. Definitely every 6 we can say add a spacer. That's not too bad. The question then becomes spacer sizing, all those things. Okay, we'll go ahead and do back into programming here. And let's see. Click on you here, click on you here. We're gonna go back to you here, and we'll go back to you here. And we're gonna need a few things. First, we're going to need to figure out the way we want it to look, and then we're going to need to modify it a smidge. So for example, here we have 1, 2, oh, hold on. 1, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After these 6, then comes the grid containers, columns of 3. Okay. If it were columns of 5, And hi, Jack, how's the struggling going? Pain! Aside from that, pretty decent. Welcome into stream, welcome into, things not going as I knew it was going to be bad. I just didn't think it was going to be bad. But welcome into stream. I hope you've been well. Let's see here. I'm wondering if we set the columns to, well, columns are the top and down thing. So if I set the columns to 5, yeah, okay, got ya. The columns to 3 means that it's each guy is 3 across. If we were to then add in a rectangle here, set it to be the entirety of fill, so we were to expand and expand, this guy does not take up any space in our grid container, which is interesting. Is it because it needs a minimum size in order to take up space? We are filling and expanding, but if I were to increase the minimum size, for example, to 100, that does change it. Huh, okay. It sounds like a Saturday, most certainly. You know what? Not far off, truth be told. If we set this to 50, and then we set this to be by like a 700, okay, maybe not 700, maybe if we go back to like a 100. Okay, and if we were to maybe do 400, okay, interesting. I'm guessing because it's taking those, Okay, I'm wondering about the scroll container idea. I like it, I truly do, but we're having issues with the spacing. The spacing changes, And what I'm thinking is we might have to pull out the trick we use for the buttons here, but do it a little bit differently when choosing which area to go up and down on, would be my guess. The good news is I added a new class called a hold timer. So the hold timer should do most of the heavy lifting since I've had to use a hold timer often more than I thought. So what I'm wondering is we set up an area, we have a node created for the different tabs. But I don't know about that one. No, it can still work. It can still work. Okay, if we have, and I'll go back into here just to make sure I don't forget my idea. I'm wondering if on loop, we create a small structure, and I'll just do loop here. In the loop, we have the page, or the, what do we even call it? I don't know if I like the idea of page. How about just section? Section. We have a section, so it will be a node, S-E-C-T-I-O-N. We have a section here, and then we have the nodes here that would be the areas. And what I'm wondering is, so it would be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then, when we press the buttons, it switches to the next section. So it would then enable or disable depending on your current section. I think could be a thing to do. That's my guess at the moment. We have a grid container, and then we go up and down. I don't know. I would have to brainstorm more to see if there are other possibilities to do. The scroll container sounds like a great option. It's just a matter of, okay, let's look at it again a little bit more. If I go back into programming here, looking at the scroll container a little bit more, we have a scroll bar, we have a move, a dead zone, and what's a dead zone again? Dead zone for touch scrolling. We don't need a dead zone. And what's on the main menu today, or menu today? Figuring out how to show all of these guys and make the scrolling feel intuitive. My guess is, or we could also like have a fade effect or something, and Bobby, I understand. You know, maybe we do need a bit of a brain reset at the moment as I'm figuring this out. Yeah, some things are going to have to be modified, but I'm not too opposed to that. What we might do is we might bench the upgrade of our customer guy. I'll ruminate on it for a little bit more. I'm wondering if we can go with the backup idea of implementing the options menu. I don't know if that's possible because we'd also have to make sure we can move the pages. So to ensure that that is a possibility, okay, yeah, that's what we'll do. We will, when we come back, try to do the options menu, and then I'll mess around with the ideas of these containers a little bit more post-stream. So I'll remove all of these guys here. We'll go back to what we originally had. That'll be there for post. And then I'll set this guy here to goal, and we'll add ADDOPTIONS options MENU. Add options menu is what we'll do, as that is another thing that needs to be completed. So I can close that guy there. Save that guy, get a little bit of water here. Tasty, tasty. And then what I can say is pause. I'll commit you. Click on you. Pause container sizing. PAUSE pause container CONTAINERSIZING. And what are those containers for anyway? They're for our flavors. I can't show you what is currently working, check. If I click on this guy, commit and save, it's working. It's just not smooth in the way we need it to be and accurate in the way we need it to be. If I click on this guy, I can show you what has been worked on. I click on you. This guy is working, but it's not in the way we need it to at the moment. If I then click on you here, and then I click on you here, and we click on you here, what you'll be able to notice is if I go to the customer screen, you have an unlocked area, and it shows that there is 2 out of 45 unlocked. And if I, for example, went to the, we don't have the Necromancer anymore, or we don't have the Medimancer. The issue we're running into is this, we can see all of these guys, but every time you click it, the guy gets longer and longer. And hi, Sea of Tranquility. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. The issue we're running into right now is every time you press the button, it gets the spacing between the top and bottom. If you notice, if I go back up here, spacing's very thin between the purple circle and the blue at the top. But if I go to the next one, it gets a little bit bigger, gets a little bit bigger, gets even bigger as you go down. And that's the issue we're running into at the moment. I want to make it more consistent with the way things are shown. And I was mulling around with different ideas. We ended up realizing, you know what, maybe put a pin in it for now, and we try working on a different page. And I don't know if you saw this. I know I posted it in the Discord too, but the upgraded order page now, it's working 100% functionally, at least at this moment, knock on wood. A nice looking UI structure you got there. Thank you, thank you. It has been a pain to work with. But we're getting there eventually. I even added a little small ghost meter at the top that'll let you know if there is a ghost present in the cafe. So this guy's good to go. This guy's in a progress, or working in progress. So I'd say he's probably 77, well, no, that other page isn't finished. So 50% complete, 0% complete, 0% complete. And yeah, you're working hard and you guys hardly working. Yeah, that's true. Oh boy, we'll close this guy here. We'll go back to our new book. I will hide our options, no, not our options chapter. I will show it and hide the other guy. So we have our order tab, we have our customer tab. Hide you, show our options guy here. And just to make it easy on us, what I'm also going to hope to do is, let's see, yeah, you know what? We'll see. We will figure this out. Once they had a breakthrough, oh, let me click on you there. And actually, are they up? Hold on. Yes, they are. Well, welcome back. Speaking of which, we are going to do the options menu since we have about an hour left, and I definitely don't think trying to work on the containers is going to help us in the moment. So we're going to see if we can add the options menu to the page. Let me get a little bit of water here. The good news is we already do have, and happens to the best of you computer people. Oh boy, computers are neat, though sometimes they feel like they're out to get you. If I click on play here, I can show you the current options menu. If I hide you here, hold on, and we meet the menu or meet the game here, our options menu currently looks like this. There is, and this is temporary, we have a latency area and we have an audio section and a control section. And this control section is also a scroll wheel. Oh no. Oh no! I don't know if I ever want to see the scroll bar ever again. All I'm thinking is we just have to grab these guys, make them their own pages or something, and then there we go. But if we add more controls, I don't know. And I have accidentally used these emotes in another stream. Accidentally. I don't know if that's possible. It's like something you have to want to do. Oh boy, this is okay. This is fine. This is all right. The thing is, or maybe, yeah, an issue of this is that, oh, hold on, let me bring you out of the tutorial. An issue is that if I click into here, I spawn in a customer. Right now, when you open the options menu, the game pauses. So we have the customer here, and then if we pause the game, everything pauses. But when you open the book, I don't want it to pause unless you're on the options menu. So we'll just have to figure out that mechanic. And I think the thing to figure out first is going to be to make sure that the book can be navigated in game. And I forgot I had them copied and accidentally pasted them. Oh boy, what is it called? A macro maybe? Computer macro? I think, possibly. It's just a button on your computer to copy paste automatically. Well, go ahead then and set this from add options menu to game to first add book to game. Book to game. And can we Vim keybind for the book? I would love if we would be able to do that. For example, if you had buttons on your, I have a lot of buttons on my mouse. If I could press a certain button to do a certain thing, optimization to the max. But you have to remember, this is a typing game, so all controls will be on the keyboard. But there's definitely a few things you can do, like maybe a Control-Alt-Delete does a special something. That could be fun. Let's see. With that said, right now we have the book in our game, but we aren't able to access it. And I'm questioning why that is the case. To begin, let's just first make sure, or no, I think this is good. Our new book has its test level done. If we have the test level, let me just double check here for our test level. Back in our book here, where do we use our test level at? Test. You know what? I can't find it, so I'm just gonna type it. Test level. And cookbook equals current level data. Yeah. But if we set it, so if I go into our cafe here, cafe scene. In our cafe scene, under, let's see here, I believe it's going to be our manager, game state manager. No, it's probably going to be game state. Yes, screens. Game state screens. We have spellcasting game over. How it works currently is our option menu is a screen, but we're going to have to modify that a little bit. And on a side note, most of the time, Control-Shift-Escape is the better key combo to close programs. Interesting. I have not heard of that one. Is that even oh, my fingers. Control Shift Escape. That's an awkward one. Maybe. I don't know if that's my fingers don't feel comfortable doing that. And now I have them working in my Stream Deck again. No! Oh boy. I don't think I've ever seen them used for evil like that. Let's see here. Options menu or screen sky here. We'll go ahead and hide you here. We are looking for where our book is spawned. I believe if we go here, we should be able to check. We spawn the book depending on somewhere here. Yes, customer target manager. We set our customer target manager, and if you their book, and we set our book here, where do we set our book at? Let's see. Ah, yes, set book. This is where the book is set. If you there, we add the child of the book, and we need to set the book to the current level. And it's not about comfy finger placements. That key combo options task opens task manager. Does it? Hold on. Hold on. It does. Oh, that's handy. I can't even tell you the amount of times where I've tried playing League and it gives me a black screen and then I can't exit out of the game. I just have to restart my entire game or my entire computer because League won't let me leave. That's nice to know. Thank you, Eska. That's nice. That's really neat. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I see the appeal now. I thought it just closed the program. Let's see. Set book, good to go. And what I need to do is on our book set, we need to set the, what is it called? Screens, book scene, new book scene, create a book.hide. We need to do created underscore book dot set underscore level. And then we're going to take in our cookbook. Or rather, set or update level. Yeah, we can say update level. It should update the level. Dot update up.update underscore level. Update level, something like that. Then we'll grab our new book guy here, and on our function, so function here, what we can say is function. We can do update level. It's going to be a void function, and that's a sign. It's so good, I tell you. Let's see. Update. Oh, I mean intervention with League. I see. That does make sense. One time, power went out while League was being loaded up. Oh boy, it does feel like a sign. Update level. We'll then go ahead and do our cookbook current level equals, or our let's see, our level here. And then our test level here. I see. If we don't have a test level, how does that work? Our test level here. Yep. And do we have an actual level or do we use cookbook.test level? Ready here. Yeah. Cookbook.current level equals test level. Okay. Let's do test level equals cookbook.current level. And then we'll go back to you here. I think it's working at the moment just because we're using the same exact level for our game and this guy. So that does make sense on why it's not changing. And then if we go back into our customer, no, we need to go back into our cafe guy here. And then we just do update level. We should be able to be good to go there. And I'm definitely not opening League right now. Oh, wait, no, don't do it. I was sober for like, I think 8 months, possibly. It was good. It was great. And I don't know what happened, but then I started playing again, and it's been awful. It's been fun, but it's been awful. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and save you there for our set book. We can remove that there. So on our book set, I'm wondering, I'm definitely not ordering Outworld's Forces Strikes down to your house now. Oh boy. We'll go back into our book here, and I'm wondering, how do I set it so that we are assign menu keys, all of you guys good to go, allow book open, but we need to enable flip page. So what I'm going to wonder is show tab, show current pages. If event, you there. If not visible, return. If event is action, just press select. All of you guys here. If not flip pages, then we check menu event left and we check menu event right. The thing we need to do is on it being opened, on book opened, we need to allow the button to be focused. So let's see. Show tabs, hide pages, chapter to show. Yeah, okay. On book to open, so allow book to open, set tabs, all of you there, button grab, yes. Button grab, focus here, on book open. And you see I'm not an Outworld's Force already. Let's see here. We'll go back up and on book open. So on open book, we should have a yes, on open book. on open book, if not allowed to open, show assign menu keys, yep, and we're also going to grab our focus. And on close, we are going to release this focus. So we're going to do, well, it should get released, I think, automatically. So I think we're good to go. Yeah, okay. With that said, now if we run up the game, does this fix the issue we had of the grab focus? Back into here, back into here. We can move around, good to go there. Okay, well, I sent some homies to your house then. Oh no, the escalation. We hide, we close, we show, we move around here. Hide, show, move around here, we're good to go. And if I go ahead and set the next page, hide, show. Okay, I think we added it. Good, look at that. Oh, that's so neat, it's working. Look at that. It's in the game now. And then if I go ahead and click on select, I can then hopefully go down. Let's see, open up now. Do we want the page? You have to manually hold it open. And DoorDash appetizers, nice. Oh boy. Right now you have to hold down the page whenever you're using it. Do we want to allow it to remember the last open page? I think that's a good idea. This guy here isn't working with our selecting wheels, but that's okay. We will deal with that afterwards. This is currently working. We have this guy here. We hide, open, it's back to orders. I definitely think that would be a good idea. And for sure, yeah, the thing is though, I don't know if you close on the menu screen or options menu, because I do want to have the ability to, if you press escape, open up the options menu. Or if you press or hold down this guy, open up the options menu. But if you close the options menu, should the game pause when you hold down space again? Because the options menu was the last one? Or should we make a clause case so that if you close on the options menu, it resets you back to the orders menu? I don't know. We're not at that point where that answer needs to be used, but that is something to consider. Right now, we need to work on said options menu. And we need to start off by seeing if we can just overlay the options screen and enable it and disable it depending on if it's visible or not. And yeah, it sounds logical. That's good to know. It's good to know. So it just, it just makes me wonder, if I were to go here and I were to go to our options tab and I were to go to my options menu and then if we, just do one of these moves here and and should the options menu just be directly pasted onto here without any other sole repercussions? And we just enable and disable it. Will we be able to call that options menu completed? I don't know. But I want to find out. So back into our options menu here, we can enable, disable it depending on, I think, if it's visible or not. So on options tab selection, we would grab this guy here. We would make sure, let's see, options tab, dish tab here. Yeah, for the moment we're going to, and what could possibly go wrong? Exactly. I'm glad we're on the same page here, check. Oh, of course. If we were to add now a attach the script, make it to the options tab script. We were to then do options menu screen here. I want to see if there is a function we have. For the moment, we're on first page selection button. Yeah. But on activation, that's what I want to know. Tab. And I want to see about doing a function, some sort of activation. By the way, please set your default master volume to like 20% and no blasts. Oh, am I too loud? Hold on. Let's see. Lower that down then. The volume levels have been a little wonky, so thank you for letting me know. Oh no, I didn't realize I was been screaming to your ears the entire time. Feels like every time I set stream up, the volumes change. And no, and you're, oh, I see. I just lowered my volume down for nothing. Now I've raised it. Undo. Okay, we're good. And then lower the volume down of the game. That I can do. Hold on. Let's see. Lower down Godot there. I'm talking sense. Yes. Okay. If I click play now, hopefully your ears do not get ruined anymore. Yes? Oh, hold on. It's muted. Click open play and we get you can't hear it. Hold on. Oh. Can you even hear it to begin with? It's not playing, or I don't see the option of it. Can you hear the music? It shouldn't be enabled. It doesn't look like it's enabled. Interesting one. Yeah. No. Yeah. But it says the music's here. Godot is so wonky. Okay. Capture audio. Click OK. Nope, Godot still doesn't wanna. And today we learned errors would mute herself if the bots told her to. And now I'm talking about the settings in your game. When you set up your game for like, oh, I see. You mean set this to like a 20% by default. Okay, hold on. I will do this here. And then we will do, to do general, change default value. Change default max value. That's what I'll do in the to-do. I understand now. Change default max value. Change game default default max volume to maybe 80% from start. There we are. And yes, lovely. Understood. And with that said, let's click back into here. Okay, good to know. Okay, so the options menu here. We want to have a way that if unenabled or something like that, our tabs here don't do anything, but I think giving them their own code could be a great idea. And random question, is the game gonna have multiple save files? That would fit the all gamedom stuff thing you're gonna... Oof. Probably should. It at least would have to have one minimum game file. If you have to have a game file system set up to save your current game, then it would make sense that you would just have an ability to do multiple saves. So it wouldn't, I don't think it'd be too difficult, I say, and then I knock on wood a lot of times. And hi, Talk. Hello, bug lady. Hello, and welcome in. And because whenever I play demos on Steam, or my friends for that matter, the default audio settings are far too loud. I see, that does make a lot of sense, yeah. I was always worried that you would have to immediately set it too loud, so it's always best to go with the one that's the loudest and then the lowest, but I can understand, yeah. I recently played a new game, and the settings were so loud, I had to immediately lower it down. With that said, let me go ahead, and I'm thinking we can give these a book tab idea for a, yeah. If this is a control node, and then we just do extends and we set this to a class underscore name. We call it a book tab. I don't think that's already a thing. Are you a thing already? No, we're good to go. We set it to book tab. I am going to call this, or hold on. We need an extra one. Okay. Hold we have here our customer, we have our pages, we have our task screen, all of these UI guys here. We have options tab, our flavor select buttons. These guys need to be cleaned up, that is for sure. We're looking for something specific and it's here. It's just very hard to see, which is no good. We'll set this book here for UI and then we're going to call it our tab or book. We'll start there. No, we are under book. Oh, okay. Book tab. There we are. Set you to tab here. And then we are going to do tab. Where's tab at? I don't even see the tab. Book isn't under. Oh, I see. Okay. And then set the book here. Book to set to tab. Yup. Should be. No, never mind. Tab has been set somewhere else. Where are you, tab? Okay, close all of you. I think it said it's sitting in common, but I don't see it. I don't see you either. Tab. It's gone. It disappeared. I don't know where it went. And Toak's here. I did say hello to Toak. I said his hello words, and maybe I didn't say hello to him specifically, though. If not, my apologies, Toak, and hello again. And I do that as well. And possibly, but given my friends have the same problem, oh yeah, 100%. I know a few people who, as soon as they load up a new game, immediately go to the settings. Let's see. Close that guy there. Hi, Chick, nice to have you here. I missed you. Oh, let's see. Close that guy here, reopen that guy here. We have cafe, book. We have then UI here for customer UI, all of those guys good to go. I wanted to create a new folder here called tab. After that, I then wanted to say our customer tab here. Yeah, our customer tab has assets in it. This is going to need to be cleaned. I have no idea hardly what I'm looking at here. We have our options tab here, so I'm going to make sure our options tab is grabbed. Bring you up to here. And here I thought I was doing good with organizations, but apparently not. In our tab, then, we're going to have a default for tab. So create a new script. We're going to call this a book underscore tab. Tab here. We're going to then create it. And then we're going to call this guy. Go back into here. Grab you here. Copy you here. Paste you into here. Then go back into here. And this is going to be class name. And it's going to be options. OPTIONS. Options tab. And it is going to extend from book tab to BOOKTAB. Book tab. And then after that, I want to do a function, and I'm wondering, yeah, no, it's fine, a function, and we're going to call it on book opened, on tab open, on on open, on OPENDD, on opened, we do a void here. We set it to pass. And then what we can have happen is we can grab all of these guys, set them to book tab. So customer tab, book tab, order tab, book tab. We also have here our dish tab, also a book tab, but our options tab, if I close you, and close you, you should be good to go. This is a options tab. These are all book tabs, but they all have the function of on opened. And why I want to do that is if we go into our chapters here, I want to do a book tab here. So this is going to be, instead of a tab, B-O-O-K-T-A, oh, hold on, T-A-B, book tab. Save you here, and that should update it all. And I love operating controls menu and spoiling mechanics revealed much later game 10 seconds after launching. Yeah, that's a fair point too. It's like when you're looking at the controls and think, oh, you can throw people? I didn't know that. A little shame it was spoiled. I understand that as well. Let's see. Say that. Imagine a game where it didn't allow you to change the options until you played the tutorial. Well, that would be awful. Let's see. Back into our tabs here. Now what we can say is, upon a tab being changed, so if we are in this book here, assign menu keys, all that good to go, add action, on hold timer. What we're looking for is to change our tab. So enable tab, disable tab buttons here. Yep, and we need to look for our flip to page, flip to single page. We're looking for change menu event left and right. Nope, we're looking for change tab or move tab, show tab, yes. And then here we have set tabs, lovely. And for chapter, yeah, and we would want to show that specific tab. So on show current tab, so this guy here, show tab, we are also going to do our current chapter dot tab dot, and then we're going to do on opened. So we set that function here, so it automatically would do it on opened, and then we also need to set it for on closed. So show tab and hide tab. So show tab, and then wherever our hide tab is, we need to do on open, on closed. And yeah, no, that's just dumb. Oh boy, I wonder if there's ever been a contest for creating a very infuriating game. I know there's, what's that game called? Getting Up There? The game where you're in a cauldron and getting over it. I think that's the name. Where it's meant to be fury-inducing, or a game like QWOP, Q-W-O-P. That was also a game that was meant to just be frustrating to play, but still rewarding when you do manage to get it down. We have here show current tabs. This is on set tabs, and I want to see about changing the different tabs. I'm going to guess it's going to be an unhandled input here. So we have select, different select here, and if current current there. So let's see, hide page, show page. We need to do if inputs just select disable tab buttons, if deselect enable tab buttons, if not flip pages, return. Yeah, okay. Where are we changing the tabs is what I'm wondering. Update level, ready, check menu, disable. I just type here tab, enable set tab, show tabs. Is it always show tabs? Hold on, find you here. We use you here, and we also use you here in ready. Got ya. So where are we flipping the tabs? I can't tell. We have tab there, tab there, tab there. Okay, if I can't tell, that means the code needs to be cleaned. In a cauldron sounds awkward. I like those videos where they make cursed UIs. Yeah, I remember the volume one. That was so, and that was a good one there. Or the volume, or there was the, I think, date of the day of the date. The volume one's though so silly. Let's see. Check menu event and assign at action. It's not awkward. It's Totoro. And let's see. Set tab, show tab. I would think there would be one for hiding tab. Show tab. We use show tab here for set tabs, and we also use it here, show tab, and then set tab. Yeah, and for tabs and tabs, oh, I see. We show the tabs, and then we hide the tab. Gaia, I understand now. Okay, show tab. This is the guy. I couldn't find it because the buttons are bound to that function. That makes more sense, and the volume slider one was silly. Yeah, let's see. In our show tab, we set our current chapter. So hide pages, current chapter. And then what we say is current chapter dot tab dot on closed. C-L-O-S-E-D. There we go. That's what we need to do. After that, we can then go into this guy here and grab our on opened and just make it on closed. So function on closed. C-L-O-S-E-D. C-L-O-C-L-O-S-E-D. And this will allow us to do other things aside from what we usually do. It already does hide and show, so we don't need to do those. So, truth be told, we could also just do this here, hide pages. Yeah, hide pages, for example, could be in the tab itself. And one thing I do know is I want to refactor this so that all of this isn't in the book and it's in the individual tabs. That is definitely something that will happen. But again, we want to work dirty first before we work clean. Gotta make sure it works, and then we can worry about redoing it. The issue is, doing this method means that if we create a lot of bad or confusing code, we're going to have to clean up a lot, rather than if we did it the correct way, the cleaner way, we might have shaved off a few months of development, for example. So there's a give and take for both, depending on you pick your poison. Either suffer now or suffer later. I think that's a better way to look at it. And I did read that. Lovely. So with that said, we go ahead and save you here. And now what we can do is we can go back to our options tab here. And when our options tab is enabled, we are going to say function show tab, or on show, on opened. We are going to do options menu here. And let's see how we're using our menu guy already. I do have a game state manager currently with different game states, and this might break it, this game state manager here, but we'll see. Our game state manager, and we have a options menu. The options menu will depend. If we go into our code, for example, here, where are we using our options menu? We have on and on all of these guys here. They modify, and this specifically is an options menu. I want to do, let's see, enable, and we're going to have to do a few things. We're going to have to change the current game state, and then when you close it, or when you press escape, then we disable that game state, and maybe we close the book then? I think that could be a good option. And create bugs via refactoring, or create bugs via not refactoring. Exactly, yeah, that sounds just about right. Let's see. So when do we use our options menu screen? We have a game state manager, we have our managers, we have our screen here. I would think I had a screen manager, but that's okay. Spellcasting screen, spellcasting a tutorial. Oh, I know these guys I think have, nope, you don't, I take it back. Options, where do we use our options at? Can I right click you and see where you're used? Add sub resources, move, reparent, save branch, make local, open and edit, show in file. Nope, there is no way to do it, which is okay. Shown main menu button here as well. Where do we change Okay, cafe here on our buttons. So let's see, physics process ready. On end game here, we have our options menu here. We have enabled, disabled, on main menu, on exit pressed, on restarting spell casting. All of you guys, where do we use yet? And not really, I like Isaac and that's inspired by Zelda though. I see. And, oh, I did read that too, lovely. So let's see, managers, ghost manager, yeah, and then our game state manager. Game state, oh, I know what it is, game state cafe. We swap our game state. So we have enter pause, exit pause, and then our utility has a current game state. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to utility.currentGameState.enter pause, and then we have the exit pause. So what I should be able to do, I think in theory, is on open, utility, utility dot, and then we do current game state, or that guy there, dot, and we do enter pause. I think, possibly. And then after that, we do on close. We should do it automatically, I think, but we'll see. On open and then on closed on CLOSED. And princess with elf ears as another princess with elf ears. I don't have elf ears. I have butterfly elf ears tweaked. They're very different. They're pointy, but they have a little bit of like a butterfly look to them. Hold on. I just need to make sure we're all on the same page here. Back to here. Yep. You have your default elf ears, which just look like this, you know, this ear here, and then it goes out, and that's it. That's elf ears. And then my ears like that. Very different. Completely different shapes. Not the same at all. Let's see. Go back into, let's see. You, here, programming. And, we're good. Yes. Okay. Click on you, and what do you... I just want to set the record straight. It's a common misconception. What did I say? Common misconception. And new chat's working here. I don't know what the chat wants to do at this point. We exit the pause. Exit pause here. Exit pause. And we can as well on the enter pause. Enter pause should also do what it does already. I think we're good to go. Truth be told, I don't think we'll have to add an options menu. If I'm guessing it's going to do what it needs to do, I don't think we need the options menu. let's see. If I go ahead and click play here, are we going to ruin the game? Survey says we don't know yet, but we shall see. If I click on you here, and then I click on mute here, and then I click on you here, and it's not like YouTube exists anymore. The thing is, for the times it works, it's handy, and it's nice to see the two chats merge when it wants to work. And I say that when it started working yesterday. Oh boy. We go back into here. Now, we have a debugger. Why are you angry? Node not found. Oh, you know what? You make a fair point, game. I agree with you on that one. Only that one. And I'm a nerd and love an options menu. I do love an options menu. Being able to customize things to your own heart's delight. Is that how you say it? Heart's delight. Own delight. Delight. There's a saying, but I don't remember it. Here we are. Escape, out escape. Escape, out escape. Open book, close book, open book, and flip, flip, flip. Aha! Interesting, interesting. So, when this is opened up, we need to hide the book. That is the thing. And then upon using escape here, we are back in the game. So, on opened, we would then have to do utility dot, and then we do close book dot emit. And then we click play wrappers delight. No, heart's content desire. Heart's content. Yeah, to your heart's content. That's it. Yes, heart's content. But now I think about it. Yes. Okay. Now open, close, escape, unescape, open, tab, tab, tab. We're in the tab. Then if you click escape, we have done the, oh boy, it worked. It worked. Okay, spawn in a customer here. Yes, indeed, you're right. You're doing your thing. Go ahead, start moving. Okay, maybe don't do that much. You're a little bit too fast for my liking. That's not the point here. We can see her waving. We click options menu, escape. No longer is she moving. And then we go to our options menu here. Oh, that's neat. The thing is, it would be nice if, well, I guess it's okay. It's okay for now. We don't need an options menu. That is not a part of our MV. Well, we do need an options menu, but it doesn't need to be a pretty options menu. This is an upgrade. This allows you to either do this guy here now. Yeah, this allows you to go from options menu here, but you can also go to the options menu here and it'll pause the game. I'm okay with that. I am most certainly okay with that. Okay. So we do have a bit of an issue in the fact that the options menu you can open from the game itself, and then okay, so it's a little broken. If I have this open and then I click escape, it does that, and we don't want that. Does it do it on our regular book, I wonder? If I go ahead and do that, oh, you know what, that's an easy fix. That is an easy fix. All we have to do is emit close book during our options menu emit. Okay, that's fine. This is okay. We go to our options menu screen here, go to our GD, and on enable, we go ahead and make sure that if the book is open, we close the book. And now we can go ahead and say back in our page here, no, not our page, in our options tab here, we should just be able to do change state, enter, pause, like that. And use a state machine for the machineries. I do have a state machine. The thing is, I haven't touched the state machine in a few months, and well, we do have it refactored and everything, and the good news is that there is code here explaining things. You know, it works. It just could be maybe made a little bit, I don't even know. It's tricky. I do have a game state. We have a state machine that changes between states, so it's working. We do have one. I went through a process of refactoring it. And hi, is it Blackwater Gator Studios? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Machine for the machine, so the machine can machines while it machines. Exactly. It sounds like it's out of date. Hold on. Sounds like it's an out of date. Oh, that one was bad, Ame. That one was really bad. And what is your state? My state is machine that turns buffer into incorrect state. Very stateful. I can't believe you're all stating this. Oh boy. Back into here. If we do escape, unescape, open book, click escape, close book, open book, escape, escape, enter, release. I think we fixed it. Escape. The thing is though, I don't know if we need an options menu. Now that I'm thinking, well, no. We wanted an options menu because it made it, yeah. Is an options menu important? Okay. I say that because this works fine. I thought it would be a fun idea to have the options menu in the book, but it's the thing of, it would be a fun idea. It doesn't need to be. It would be a cool and neat feature, but is it required for the game to function? No, it is not. And should we want to update the options, should we want to update? Should we want to should we want to update the options menu? We can't do it in the future, but it already works. Options are accessibility additions. What are great for which are I can't read. Options are accessibility additions, which are great for polish. Should we operate the update? Oh boy. And it's a nice polish task. Yeah, polish but not required. We already have a functional one recently building. It's all the containers, I tell you. But it's working, so we go with it. This is an options menu here, and you can also go to the options menu from the book if you truly wanted to. It feels like this here, not too needed, it's not required, but it is here. Should it need to be updated in the future? And if that is the case, the deadline is now patch 2 after release. One day it'll be worked on, it'll be pretty, but for now we just need it to be functional. And you can add it when there's more things to break. No, that's definitely not a good idea. We want as many things as we can to function. Let me go ahead and save this as a backup here. So, good news is now, I don't know how happy I am to say this, given the fact that the options menu wasn't even redone. It was just updated. Or no, it was just moved. It wasn't even moved. It was extended. There we are. And did she get new batteries this morning? She just keeps going with no moments of breath. The thing is, I do breathe, but I only breathe when I laugh. But I laugh often, so I do get my breaths in. Let's see. Options, OPTIONS, METHO, no. Options, MENU, ADDED. Options menu edit. And I click on commit there, and she's like that every time. Maybe that's the thing that keeps my meter going, is the fact that if I stop laughing, then breathing does not happen. So laughing has to happen in order for me to breathe. That would explain so much. And aside from technical medical issues, and yeah, Ted's very punny, so she laughs a lot. I don't laugh. I suffer a lot when that happens. Let's go back into here. Let's go back into concept here. And her brain folds didn't get flexed enough. And it's because no one did a word band today. No, they flexed quite a bit. They were good to go. And I did read that too. Lovely. With that said, let's see. We have to figure that out eventually. But I set a goal of doing 50% of the, 50% of the menu. I wanted to do that by the end of the month. We have successfully done that. Options menu, working. Order menu, working. These two guys, I questioned their sanity. But you know what? They'll work eventually. They'll learn. For the meantime, though, they're there. Oh boy. And constant suffer but joy hybrid? That does sound about right. Let me get a little bit of water here. Okay, so. Lovely. I guess what we can do, since 50% of the menu is completed, and we can't get into customer nor dish at the moment because we have to figure out the and hydrate.
Check 14 just redeemed
I suppose
hydrate.
I could hydrate a little bit more. It's always good for your health. Oh boy, again. Oh, let's see. And I like that your cheeks. They do that, don't they? And the tongue also works too. It does help. Let's see here. We can slide over, and always good to keep the inside parts wet and running smooth. Yeah. I agree. There are a few other things we have to do outside of the menus. If I scroll out here, you will see there is quite a list. We can also cross this off. Look at that. Make book working game. Done. We can cross that off the list as well. These are things I wrote down that I thought would need to be done, just generally. So, green things mean they're done. Green means mean they're done. White ones don't. Patience animations make customer status animations clearer. Gabby takes order animation, add candles, plus goes fewer candles. What it seems to be is that all of these are animation based. All of them are art based. And we have, let's see here, 437. So I think what we'll do, we won't work on the animations, but we will allow ourselves the space so that we can just do the animations afterwards. And let me show you what I mean. If I bring you back into programming here, the way I have my animations, all of the art set up, and bugs in your book, are those perchance bookworms? Terrible. Terrible, I say. Oh boy. We'll go back into here. Go back into here. Now that all of this is 50% of it, not all, 50%. 50% good. I will bring you into, for example, our main character here, Gabby. Oh, she's not called Gabby in here. She's called Player, because she is the one. Player. In here, she has a list of sprites. So if I click on sprite here, you should be able to see actually animation player. She has a slew of sprites. And oh, you can't see it, never mind. Just imagine that there's different sprites here. You can see if I click them, that they do appear, but you can't see the menu that does happen. And all of these sprites are saved on an A-sprite file. I then import that A-sprite file into Godot using a plugin called A-sprite Wizard in order to parse that information and make my sprites function. That's how it works for both the player. It's also how it works for the icons. So if I go to our flavor combo, this flavor combo, let's see, flavor combo, this guy here, our flavor combo sprite here. The reason why I have it set up this way and I have it as its own class is because these are placeholders and I wanted a way to have a system because I do want art to be a big thing in the game. I want it to look pretty. If, for example, we wanted to update the animation of our bitter potion, all we have to do is save this guy, open up A-sprite. If I bring you into A-sprite here, and the options on the page looks like the... you know what? It's a good sign. That just means it's working somewhat as intended. If I grab their flavor combo A-sprite here, show in file manager, I go ahead and enable you here. And let me just double check. Do I need to tremendously modular? I do attempt. Oh no, it's not showing up. Good news is, there we go. Lovely. Don't need to have the other backup. And I do it this way. And I set everything up based on enums. Hold on. This is not the potions. Let's see. Flavor sprite. This here. I set them up this way because, and actually, yeah, let's do it here. Our flavor combo. Right now, when you open the book, you get these still images. And the reason why I'm using enums to store everything is because depending on how fast or slow I want the frames, I wanted a way to be able to modify them or tweak them without needing to go to Godot and messing around with their animations. So all I have to do is just link up the enums, and the enums are the tag files here. So we search up the animation based on the tags or the enums tag. That gets exported over. If I wanted to add a special animation to our bitter, what I would do is just add more frames here, and then we could add a little shimmy shine. So I could go here, I could update this guy, go up a little bit here, maybe that would be a nice shimmy shine. I could then select this guy, and we could then add a little shimmy shine animation where it goes something like this here. And hold on, let's do Alt B, oh no, Alt, let's see, Alt N, hold on, let's see, Z, and then Alt N, and then we add a little bit more, and then we remove a little bit more, so we would remove this guy, oh, if it lets me, remove this guy a little bit here, Alt N a little bit more, add this guy, remove a little bit, add that guy, remove a little bit, Alt N. We could then remove this guy a little bit here, add that guy a little bit here, and then one more Alt N, and then remove this guy a little bit here, add a little guy here, and like that. And I think if I did it correctly, it should look like it. Yeah. Though the animation's a little wonky, so I wonder if it will allow me to do like a ping pong maybe? It does look a little off, well that's okay. This is just more so for demonstrations and, oh, you got a step ahead, or you get a step ahead with the coding? Yeah, that's the fun of this, what's it called? That's the fun of this, I forget the word for it. That's the fun of this, there we are, we'll just say that. That's the fun of this plugin, the A-sprite Wizard. And then to just add this animation to the game, I save it, go back to A-sprite. So we go into A-sprite, go back into Godot, go here, and then it re-imports everything. And I don't know if I have to manually re-import it. I don't know if I've ever tried. We have our flavor combo sprite, and then this guy here. I click that guy, I click re-import, and it re-imports the animation automatically. And then if we go click on our book, click on play here, and you're doing an Inspire, thank you, I'm glad. And system, plugin, all of the above. If you're wondering about specifically the one, it is, if I go into asset library here, I go into a wizard, W-I-Z-A-R-D. That should work, I think. Yeah, a sprite wizard, that's the one I use. The only issue was that, and I definitely don't think I'm using it correctly, I had trouble reading the, what's it called? The information about the plugin. I'm still learning how to read it when it comes to different plugins and things of that nature, or documentation. Yes, I had trouble reading the documentations, so I made my own system based off of this. The system's clunky, but it works. It's an advanced sprite, and now that we have re-imported it without having to do any coding, I would then just click play on my game. So I click play, and if we load the game, and if it allows us to, and the documentation was, I don't even know that word. Oh boy. We close this guy, reopen this guy, and if we go into game here, hopefully, fingers crossed, open this up, go to this guy, now it's a little bit of animation. So it makes it super duper simple once things are hooked up and connected. So what I'm thinking is we can go ahead and just have the placeholders for the animations and code that in with the remaining time we have, and then we can add them in later. For now, they can just be still images of silly things, and then we can add the rest of them in. So I'll go ahead and close that guy there. I'll go ahead and remove the animations that I added. So I can just go ahead and do that guy here, then save that guy in, and then we should just be able to do remove you here, and add that there, bitter, re-import in, and then if I go back to our flavor combo sprite scene here, do a re-import, and we should be go. And you're really good at putting workflows together and experimenting. Thank you. I do know that that's my favorite part of programming, is figuring out structures and figuring out different ways to organize code. That's my favorite part. My non-favorite part is bugs, but I do enjoy a bit of refactoring here and there. As yeah, this is a lot of fun figuring out different methods. I definitely didn't ever want to touch this, so I'm glad that a plugin existed to make it so I didn't have to, and I just tweaked it a little bit so that now anytime we add an enum, we can do it. With that said, I don't remember if Gabby has an enum associated with her or if it's only the customers. If we click into our advanced sprites, what we'll be able to see are the animations or the things associated with it currently. We have product, we have flavor combo, customer status. It seems to be the case that Gabby is not hooked up to the system, which is A-okay. That means she's her own wizard. And if that is the case, I'm wondering, maybe she existed before the system, and then when I refactored everything, maybe she wasn't here. But the good news is she does have a sprite. So if I go to player here, she does have a sprite sheet. She just doesn't have advanced sprite sheet, but it's okay too. And I wonder, is it worth it to make her add her to the system, or is she okay on her own? I think it's okay for the moment. We can definitely see if we can move her to the system. That will make things possibly easier. We'll see. Our animation tree right now only has start, idle, and move. We're going to need some sort of, and I wonder as well, maybe we freeze the player's controls, have her, oh yeah, we can definitely talk about this because I don't even know how we would have it set up. Go back into concepts. I would like to have a feature, and I'm not even sure how, I thought it would just be animation, but you would have to figure out a feature and how to do it. If a customer has a desk, so we have a little desk here, and if the customer is ready to order and they're sitting here, they're actually sitting at this side of the desk, how do we determine where Gabby needs to stand? Right now, if Gabby is, hold on, let's see, just do that there, and then, yep, that's Gabby, that's beautiful, yep, get Gabby, there you are, yep, there you go. If Gabby is here, she can take the customer's order. If Gabby is, let's see, if Gabby is here, she can take the customer's, well, maybe, take the customer's order. It depends on the range. But if we add an animation where she takes the customer's order by writing it down, how do we determine the animation? Is it going to be where she turns in the direction of the customer? So if she's standing here, does the animation then play for the direction of, oh, hold on. Does the animation then have to play for this direction because she's in that area? Or if she's in this area here, is there going to have to be a different direction played because she's down here? So then she has to look forward that way when she's writing it down. I think it would be okay to just have an animation that doesn't have a direction. If anything, it might be easier to have one and then just have the direction played anywhere she's at. I think that's a good idea. The thing is, when I imagine an order or taking orders animation, I want it to have her scribbling down and then nodding along, though. If we don't make it direction specific, then she might be facing this way. Hold on. She might be facing this way and nodding along when the customer's here. So that wouldn't make sense for the animation. So we would have to flip the animation depending on it. But again, remember, if she's up here, for example, we'd have to have 2 animations for up and down, or no, 3. For if the customer's above her, below her, to show where she nods at, maybe. And you don't need to look at somebody directly when noting an order. Yeah, that's true. And you just need 1 animation to flip the sprite depending on the exposition of her versus customers. I think flipping definitely, but if you take the customer's order and you're standing behind them, that's going to have a different thing than if you're standing beside them. You wouldn't be able to flip it. You'd either have to have an animation, and even if you flip it, you would see the back of her head versus the front of her head would be different, versus if her face is facing to the right or left and then versus facing to the right. It would depend. Though, I think I'm overcomplicating this, and I don't think, again, not required for the game. We need the MVP. This animation isn't even required for the game. It's just a nice feature. It can stay simple. It doesn't have to be hard. While I do like the idea of her nodding, we could always just make her look like she's looking down at the book still and nodding as she's going along. She doesn't have to look at the customer. And maybe you can always have her facing forward. I think so. I think that would be our best bet. We can just have an animation play, and it doesn't matter which direction she is. Has her eyes on the book here. She's writing down. She's just nodding along. Doesn't matter if the customer, if I slide these guys over here. Doesn't matter if I took off hold on her face. It doesn't matter if the customer is left, right, up or down. She'll still take it. So here, she'll take it, nodding. But it does feel a little off. If, for example, she's here, will it feel off? There would be only one way, which is to try it. If she's here, if she's here, if she's here. I don't think it would feel off. But it would feel off if she's here. In that case, you could just flip her, so it wouldn't be too bad. And she's shy, isn't she? So it makes more sense that she doesn't look at people directly. That's the thing. I said that initially. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Initially, she wasn't shy. I said, yeah. I don't want her to be shy. I just want her to have the feel of shy. But she's an extrovert. I think she would definitely be an extrovert and not an introvert. She just has an introvert voice. That's the thing. That's why for the longest time I didn't want her to have the bang covering her eye, because that would imply she's shy. And if she's always looking down and forward, like she's looking at her writing, that could work. If she's looking down, looking forward, has her head here and then her eyes here and then that there, yeah, that could work. Turn towards the camera. That would be a good idea. So being down here, yeah, could work. That definitely feels nicer. We could also, no. Because if we have a different one for side to side versus up to down, it wouldn't look the same if she's looking beside or backwards. And yeah, if you're the lore on the floor, the lore's on the floor and in bits and pieces anyway, yeah. Oh boy. So I say, it's not canon yet, we don't know. I think side animation's okay. Playing one animation, if we need to play different varieties, figure out the position, we can always do that later. And while bangs in front of face could also mean she's listening to emo rock and telling people, it's not just a phase. True as well, yeah. Oh boy. It's always when I see the bangs. The bangs always imply shyness and character design. Or a mystery. That too. With that said, yeah, we'll only need 1 animation then. We'll call this animation taking notes. Once the taking notes animation finishes, then the player can move. So we need to enter a face, and once animation ends, allow the player to move. I think that'll work. So let's go back into our programming guy here. And I can't believe it's already about 10 minutes. I think we can do this super duper quickly. So what we need to do first is we need to make a teeny tiny animation here. Super duper fast to do. We go into here, grab our player sprite. I bring you into draw. We go into the Gabby and it totes the notes. And she's not goth because she's shy or sad. She's goth for the love of the game. Exactly. She just loves the aesthetic, but she doesn't like the environment of the whole emo thing. But she does like spooky stuff, just not ghosts. That's the only thing. I can add, and these guys idle walk down. Let's just add a new tag here. Oh, actually, hold on. New frame. Let's add a new frame. We're going to slide you over back to here, and we're going to call this new frame, or new tag, we're going to call it taking notes. Taking notes. There we are. Taking notes. Taking N-O-T-E-S. Taking notes is going to be the frame. And then let's just go ahead and grab her. Hold on. Walking down. Where's our idle at? Ah, yes. Okay. Taking notes. We are going to do that. And then we're going to grab a book here. We'll just grab our white box, and then we'll just do that there, that there, that there, and then move that there, that there, that there, that there, fill that. Oh, hold on. Fill that in. That's a beautiful book right there, Gabby. And then we'll slide this guy over here, make it a little bit darker maybe. Grab that guy, filled in the bottom of that there. Yep. Oh, man. Beautiful book here. Add that in. There we go. In. And then now we just need to move her eyes and move her eyes down below. Just down a little bit, Gabby. This won't hurt at all, I assure you. Just go down a little bit there. Down a little bit here. A smidge. And then we can go ahead and add back her eyebrows and a few other parts she seems to be missing now. Add this guy back in here and there and then there and there. And then we can just make sure you're there and you're there and there. Something looks off, doesn't it? What did I do? I didn't even change much and it just feels off now. How weird, huh? More forehead makes it feel a little different, apparently. You learned something new. And does she droopy? Yeah, she has the... Instead of resting angry face, she has a resting sad face. If you've ever seen Steven Universe, I like comparing her to Blue Diamond, sort of an atmosphere. We have that down and that up. So she goes down and then goes... Yep, okay. So when the book shows up, we know that she's taking notes. Save that guy there. We can go back now into programming here, and we should have it re-imported. If I load in this guy, now do we have it in the animation player? We do not. Let's then see about going to our sprite. If we go in and re-import it, and why doesn't she just install a shelf with ghost food for the ghost to take? And the thing is, the main issue here is that she doesn't like the ghosts, but the ghosts like her. They are appearing in the cafe because she's there. They just love her. She's just a nice presence. It's like that one person who attracts all the stray cats, but they're not a cat person. But the cats will follow them around the neighborhood because the cats love them. And the cats won't leave the person alone until the person feeds them the cat food, but you can't just leave the cat food out. It has to be fed to the cat. Otherwise, the cat doesn't want it. But does she do like money? Well, they're in a prestigious wizard academy, so they're all rich. The change of currency here is knowledge. So when students finish eating their food, they give Gabby their study notes. That's the knowledge is the currency around here. I think it should have re-imported, and it does. Taking notes. We now have the taking notes animation. So we can go ahead to here and here. So what I'm wondering is, maybe we can just have a separate sprite, hide our current sprite, show our other sprite, and do it that way. I don't know, that makes sense. Thanks for opening my mind. I'm glad it makes sense. Let's see. We'll hide that guy. We'll have the ad break run. And then I think this won't be too bad to do. When you take an order, have the animation play. I'll also set the animation to have a longer wait time. So we'll set the wait time. Let's see. Slow down. I'll slow it down to... Let's see. Slow it down. Okay. How many milliseconds is in how many milliseconds in a second? Milli is 1,000, so it's going to be 1,000 milliseconds. So if we want it to do for half a second, then it's going to be 500 milliseconds, I think, is the calculation there. If I do that there and save that, and then we just re-import it in, I think in at least 3. I like the way you think, Chuck. Oh boy, let's save the water here. Water's always so tasty. With that said and done, yeah, when we come back, we just have to, I think, and that's the thing as well, removing, yeah, we'll just disable the player's movement, have her do the animation. On animation N, we then start the thing up again and hydrate.
Check 14 just redeemed hydrate.
If you insist, I suppose. Oh boy, again! Okay, hold on. Water has been done again. Thank you for that redeem check. Oh boy, oh boy. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. And yeah, and now the question is, aside from Gabby's animations, we know the way to do it. Don't know how well it's gonna work. But once that's done, what other animations will need to be done? I do want to add a visual timer onto the game. That'll be adding candles and having them slowly trickle down. That's gonna be a little bit harder to, I think, add in because it needs to be a new object. We're adding on to animations, but for the candle, we'd have to make something new. And then it's just going to be Gabby animations and then customer animations rework. 2 things. So after Gabby animation done, then just needs to update and add more customer animations. Wouldn't be too bad. Okay, yeah, I think that's good to go. And maybe we can have different, tricky. Would it be a thing of, you think, either A, having a sprite that has 3 different sprites on them? So hold on. let me do this instead. We have here we have 3 circles here. This is when they're angry. This is when they're happy. So let's do happy, or no. This is happy. And then this is neutral. So just, there we go. There we are, neutral. And are we considering scope or doing funny for future you? The thing is, this is going to help with the game feel. So it's not a scope thing. I've seen before when people play the game that they can't tell what the customer wants, or they can't tell the stages of the customers because it isn't clear. Even if they're reading the book, the player doesn't see that they're reading the book because the book's so small, or it's not noticeable the differences between when a customer's ready to order or when they're reading a book. So I definitely do want to update the animations a smidge to make them hopefully clear, and I want to add a patience animation also to make it clear, since we're removing the timers. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. I was just talking about different, or how to implement the customer UI. If a customer can have different animation types play depending on their current feeling, do we want to have one sprite that does it all? So one sprite, one sprite. Do we want to have one sprite that does, that's spirit, one sprite that does it all? Or, and I think this will be the better method, it's gonna be a little bit bloated, but again, small game, so you don't have to worry too much. And is the clock still gonna be a clock? The clock is still gonna be a clock on the wall. It's just actually going to be like a grandfather clock or something. Yep, gonna be a clock. And then there will be candles on the table. Do we either have one sprite, or do we have a sprite that changes and hides and shows depending on what's going on? I think this might be a better bet to do, just because then we would have to worry about, what is it called? Changing the state of each of these, when we could just instead hide and show depending on what the customer feels. So it might feel too, what's the word I'm looking for? Jarring, or not jaggy, stuttering. The animations might feel like they're stuttering if we hide and show them. And on one sprite that does it all, and then we need to hobbit to throw it in the volcano, this one, and sprite one sprite to rule them all. I see. No, I get the reference now. This is a feature problem. Let's even see if this works, because we're gonna do this method with Gabby right now. So if I bring you into back into programming here, what we're going to do is, and that's just asking for Ghost to blow the flame, hiding the timer. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. Oh, that would be a fun, upgrade or thing that the ghosts do. That'd be a great, hold on, I'm just gonna, hold on, gonna do this, and gonna move this, and gonna move this to the hall of ideas before I forget, because I will. And then we're gonna scroll out here, bring you up to about here, and then increase it there, just put you right there. Okay, thank you, Jack. And now we go back into programming. With that said, we need to have a writing sprite. This sprite right here is a little guy, and I'm just thinking, and before we do that, make sure we have, let's see, save you here, pre-sprite changes, pre-sprite, pre-sprite changes, pre-sprite changes. Commit there, sync there. Good. And I'm thinking we'll just have this animation player. So this is an animation player. We're going to need maybe a second animation player. Maybe that's why you wouldn't want to do it. Would you have to have then 3 animation players play? That doesn't sound too nice. And that's like the first thing that comes to mind when candle is said. It's a great idea. Having the ghosts either blow out the candles or mess with the candles. That sounds lovely. Let's see, animation player. I thought having a second sprite would be a good idea, but now I'm not too sure on that idea. We have a player here. We have all of you guys here. I was thinking it would be a good idea because of our animation tree, but maybe we just play the animation and then do different things. So I'm just curious to see if we do back to here, reset whole timer. Do you, Gabby, have different enums for your different states? You do. I see. Well, on taking order, let's see here. Where do we use take order? We use take order here first time doing action, and then we do it here. So if first time doing action, take order, customer awaiting order. Yes, yes, indeed. So let's see. You here, customer awaiting order. We take the order here. What I'm thinking is we go ahead and play that animation and then do on animation end. If it is that animation, then we continue on to the next animation or go back to the idle animation. That's what I'm thinking we can do. Or maybe cryomancers do that by accident. Oh, that's things like that I would love to do. They're small, charming details, but I think they would add a lot. We can go in here, go to our animation player, animation player, ANI, oh, no. Animation player, ANI, animation. Do we not have animation player as a little guy here? Hold on. Animation player. We have animation tree. Do we use animation player? I don't think we do. Interesting. Oh, no, hold up here. Animation player. We have you there, customers. I see. If we just drag and drop you quite curiously into there, are you going to get angry at us? You don't. And if I grab you, you're used here and here. Ah, we don't use animation player then. Okay, so back into here. We'll go down then. Animation player dot play, and then we have the animation name. I'm going to go up here and just make sure. Well, it gives us the animations. Never mind. That's okay. I try to use constants when it comes to strings, and oh no, I'm lost. Undo, redo. I try to use strings, but I do see the strings here. Oh yeah, I try to use constants when it comes to strings because you can modify strings on accident. But if that's there, I mean, like, who are we to refuse it? I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to go on animation finished. So animation finished, connect. We're going to connect it to the player. And then if animation is taking notes, so if up here, if animation is, and this is where I would want to do, so we'll do that here. Taking notes animations. So var or const, taking notes, taking notes, ANIMETION. We'll call this a string. We'll then set it to TAKING. Hold on, taking underscore notes, I think, or no? Yeah, taking underscore notes. So taking underscore notes. And now, string equals, hold on, there you go, string equals, and now we go back to our interactive customer, I think it would be, this guy here, and we have take customer awaiting waiter, yep, our order has been taken, we set it to instead of being here, and also, is the screen flashing for you, or is that just a me thing? It's flashing on my side, but I'm watching more. We'll do this guy, we'll paste them in here, and then we'll just go down here again and paste them in here. That way we don't have to worry about it. Now what we can say is, if not atom name equal to you here, then we return. Otherwise, what we're going to say is now we need to start or transition to our next animation in our animation tree. And, oh, she's seeing things again. I know what I saw. I'm not crazy, I tell you. I can see, all right. We can also here do, and yeah, it definitely seems to be a thing from my end. Okay, that's good to know. I want to do disable player movement. There is a bool I believe I have that says can allow movement, yes. So on here, when we do take order customer, interact with customer, when we take the customer's order, we can also say then to play the animation, and we'll also do allow movement equals to false. Only once the animation is done playing do we allow the player to take the order. So we can go ahead and say you here, allow movement equals true. That'll get rid of that thing. And Eska, I think you should code a purple over there. Or you've got a code purple. Not true. Oh boy. We save this here. And I wonder then if we can go back to our animation player, or do we have to then travel to the animation? Let's just see what happens here. If we set the animation player as well, and I don't know if there's a way to do it. I know that the animations do loop depending on what there's certain ones. So if I go here and I set no animation looping, and we just do animation looping, yeah, no animation looping. Save that guy, go back to Gabby here. I think we'll be okay. Click on play here. Let's see if it works out of the box, or do we have to fix things? If I click on you here, we click on you here, and I click on you here, we're back in the game. Go back to you here, go back to you here. We go ahead and spawn in a customer. We also need to remove that vector print. Spawn in a customer. Hello, customer. You are the first to witness my note-taking skills. Let's see if it works. Customers reading, they're reading still. For example, I think adding page flipping animations would show more than just holding it and seeing the eyes move. That's the only thing that moves. The hand waving also, that's moving, but it could maybe be a little bit more exaggerated. And hi, Sumuke, that is a name I have not seen in quite a while. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. If I click on you now, and we do taking notes animation, oh, I can't see. Oh no, this isn't good. Do we finish the animation? Let me out. Okay, so it would seem to be the case of, if we can't see the character, does it, okay, reset, restart here, spawn in another customer here. We'll spawn in, I think, one is Medimancer. No, that's a Necromancer. I want Medimancer. They're more sweet. You're not a Medimancer. Who's Medimancer? You're two. There you go. I took a break from game dev. It was hurting me. Well, I can certainly understand that. It definitely takes a bit of fortitude, and that hand just be spinning. Yeah, but it could be maybe a little bit more. They could shake their head, or for an example, an impatient person, maybe they stand up, put their hand on the desk, and say, "Hey, I want my order taken." I think that would be fun. I don't know how to do that in the code, but it could be an enjoyable idea. Well, now that the hand is waving, I go over here. That way we can see it. And you can't see the animation playing. She definitely doesn't move, but the animation itself is not doing what it needs to do. So that will be something to look into and to tweak. I thought it would be an easy thing to do, but apparently, unfortunately not, which is okie dokie. We'll keep working on this tomorrow. I'll also have a few ideas for our scroll in our book to see about fixing those guys too. So we'll be doing those things from now until tomorrow. Good news is, again, we have completed the idea of doing 50% of the book by the end of the month. So that was the main goal of this, and I'm glad I don't have to work overtime. This will just be working for fun. Let me bring you back into our just chatting here. And does the chat want to work? Let's see. Do you want to be functional? No, that's okay. I have a backup. Yeah. With that said, we'll be doing the exact same thing tomorrow, depending on how much I am able to get done from today until tomorrow. Probably 9 o'clock, but we'll see. And the good news is 50% is done, which just means we have another 50%, and then the book will be 100% completed. And upon book 100% completed, we then just have to redo the tutorial. Once the tutorial is redone, we can then upload it to itch and then get some feedback and see how things go from there. With that said, though, if you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. Oh, before I forget as well, if you'd like to join along and do some more co-working, if that does interest you, and this has been a little bit fun, well, I will be muted. We do co-working on the Discord, so if I do _DICORD, I'll probably hop onto the muted co-working channel later today to get some more work done on Necrotype Cafe, or maybe on the, we'll see which one, but I definitely will be working on this later. With that said, oh yes, and if you want more updates on the development of the game, that would be the best place to do it as well. There we go. If you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me and Smuke. What have you redeemed? Huh? What was that? Oh, hold on. Okay, it's just an unlock. Okay. I thought it was a modified emote. I got worried for a second. You just got here and you're already doing that thing. But we're good. If you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'm going to go to the end screen, and then I'm going to come back, and then we're going to find a Godot game dev to raid, as it's always fun to see either new pixel artists or new Godot game developers, and it's always fun to try new things, even if it doesn't work out always. And sometimes I raid someone who ends up immediately ending. Lessons have been learned. Eventually. It's like a roulette with a gambling on the side. With that, if I don't see you tomorrow, I have to see you next week, and I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. You know what? That is an acceptable modified emote. Adorable. And don't go, I'll be right back on Twitch. Don't you worry. With that said, thank you for watching. Thank you for coming. I hope to see you tomorrow. If not there, I hope you